c. 2844. c. 2840. For the 6 Shumperfound Dan that Zhao Kunshin bought from him last time had a loss of over 100 billion. They had originally planned to earn it back using the Dragon Magic Dan, but did not expect that Chen Xiang would actually compete with them on the Dragon Magic Dan S. Furthermore, the Dragon Magic Dan that Chen Xiang refined had a much better advantage than theirs. What made the Zhao clan unable to understand was where Chen Xiang actually got the Dragon Magic Herb. Under normal circumstances, a Dragon Magic Herb could at most refine 2. Chen Xiang had just sold 1,000 Dragon Magic Dan. He should need 500. Even if it was the Zhao clan S themselves, they would need a certain amount of time to consume so many Dragon Magic Herb, and they would need many of their Zhao clan S to refine them together for a month. But Chen Xiang, who was alone, was able to refine 1,000 Dragon Magic Dan in a short amount of time. Because Chen Xiang's Dragon Magic Dan had suddenly appeared, caught the Zhao clan by surprise. At this time, they were also discussing how to deal with it. This kind of thing had never happened before. They had extremely strict control over the Dragon Magic Herb seeds. Only the higher-ups of Zhao clan possessed the Dragon Magic Herb seed. Just when Zhao clan was feeling suspicious, the Bat Super Venerable suddenly revealed something. He said that when he first entered the Dragon Devil Deadland, he obtained a type of golden Dragon Magic Herb and gave it to Chen Xiang later on, which was why Chen Xiang had the Dragon Magic Herb to refine Dragon Magic Dan. But the Zhao clan did not believe it. They believed that only they, the Zhao clan, had the Dragon Magic Herb. Chen Xiang's Dragon Magic Herbs were all grown by the Meijing sisters, and their methods were all extremely detailed. The YD was very special, and it had the characteristics of fusing with other medicinal herbs, allowing him to concoct even more pills. At this time, Jiang Ximei and Jiang Xijing had become more and more familiar with the golden Dragon Magic Herbs that they were growing. The cultivation speed could increase even more quickly, and with the addition of the purple gold pearl that Chen Xiang had condensed with the heavenly alchemy immortal power, their cultivation speed could increase by a lot. A batch of Dragon Magic Dan every month. This speed is still a bit slow. Chen Xiang only had himself to concoct pills, which could be considered fast, but he was not satisfied. If he wanted to increase his speed, he could only increase the number of magic method furnaces. Previously, he had to refine 10 batches at the same time, but now he had to refine 20 of them. He believed that with his own potential, he would definitely be able to hold on. At the same time, he had refined so many furnace Taizuandan, it was equivalent to continuously squeezing out his potential. Refining 20 batches in 3 days, 100 batches in 15 days, and his speed has doubled. Now, let's see if he can succeed. It's time to challenge the limit. Chen Xiang was now full of confidence and released 20 magic method furnaces to begin the refinement process. With the help of the heavenly alchemy immortal power, he could refine medicine much more easily, which would reduce a lot of his pressure. In the past, just the stage of refining medicinal herbs would have been a headache for him. However, that was only for a pot, let alone 20 batches. Everything went according to Chen Xiang's expectations. Under his control, the 20 magic method furnace were very stable, but they consumed a lot of his energy. He did not know if he still had enough energy to complete the final step of condensing the pellet. But now, no matter what, he had to persevere. 3 days of time was still too little for refining Taizuandan. Many alchemists would need at least 10 days for refining their Taizuandan, and they might even need a month or a year for refining a batch of Taizuandan. But Chen Xiang, who was pursuing the extremes, used the help of the divine might fire to forcefully shorten the time to 3 days. Done! Chen Xiang was already exhausted. After he had finished refining the 20 batches, he almost fell over. Die of exhaustion. Chen Xiang placed the 200 Dragon Magic Dan into a jade box and then lied down to rest. His recovery speed was also very fast. He had only slept for half a day before completely recovering. While Chen Xiang had been cultivating for the past 3 days, he did not know anything about what was happening outside. Just as he came out, the The great clan elder came to find him quickly. Chen Xiang, where did you get those dragon magic herb? Zhao clan said that their medicine garden was stolen, and there are less than 1,000 dragon magic herb. The great clan elder anxiously asked. Moreover, they now suspect that it was you, and they even say that you are a strange thief who previously stole the heavenly alchemy art from the Flying Dragon Palace and then stole the gold peg. Oh, Degenoderma from him, all using a strange method. They felt that you could have stolen the dragon magic herb, and after that you sold a large number of them. Now they have reported it to the leader, and he has come forward to investigate. When Chen Xiang heard this, he remained calm. He was not surprised by this. No problem, just let them investigate. Chen Xiang snickered. The price of dragon magic Dan has already been lowered, right? Zhao clan has already lowered the price of dragon magic Dan to 100 million. Otherwise, no one would buy them. Now, they are prepared to destroy you. The great elder asked, will your medicinal ingredients really be all right? It's definitely not a problem. You don't have to worry. Zhao clan's tricks won't be able to deal with me. Chen Xiang laughed. When are they coming to investigate me? It should be in these 2 days. Just wait here for these 2 days. Then we'll confront them face to face. As long as your medicinal ingredients are fine, then you don't have to be afraid of them. Leader is a person who knows what's right and wrong. The great elder said. Chen Xiang did not plan to refine pills in the next 2 days and just waited here for the people from the Zhao clan. The people from Zhao clan came quickly and only came in the morning of the second day. A large group of people even came, and Chen Xiang even saw Zhao Kuanxin. It was not only the people from the Zhao clan who came, but also the disciples of the other sections. This was all called over by the Zhao clan, so it was clear that the Zhao clan was very confident this time in being able to take Chen Xiang down. Lin Jitian and Bat Super Venerable were also here. They obviously knew that Zhao clan was going to deal with Chen Xiang, so they came here to support Chen Xiang. Most of the disciples from the other sects supported Chen Xiang, because Chen Xiang could sell them cheap dragon magic Dan, and the effect was much better than Zhao clan's. Although the price of the Zhao clan's dragon magic Dan had already been lowered to 100 million, many people did not buy it because Chen Xiang's dragon magic Dan was also 100 million, but the effect was 2 times better than that of the Zhao clan's. Adding the fact that Chen Xiang's reputation was not bad, even if Chen Xiang sold for 150 million, many people still chose to buy Chen Xiang. The leader S of the Heavenly Alchemy Divine sect did not come, but more than 10 elders had come. All of these elders had very high status, so the great clan elder could be at ease with them coming to investigate. Chen Xiang, you should already know this. Today, we're here to investigate you. Your dragon magic herb's origins are unknown, but a large portion of our Zhao clan's dragon magic herbs have suddenly been stolen. The one who spoke was Zhao Kuanxin. 10 elders, please go investigate with our Zhao clan and confirm that the dragon magic herb of our Zhao clan has been stolen. Now, we suspect that you stole the dragon magic herb. Only you are suspicious. C. 2845. C. 2845 Chen Xiang had also considered the possibility of such a thing happening, so he had a way to deal with it. Now that the Zhao clan had lost their dragon magic herb, it should be them acting. However, since they were able to deceive the 10 elders, it showed that the Zhao clan and the rest had their own methods. That's good. What about the dragon magic herb that you lost? Chen Xiang asked. What else can the dragon magic herb do? It's exactly this type of dragon magic herb. Zhao Kuanxin took out 2 dragon magic herb, which were black and red, respectively. Although the colors were different, they were both dragon magic herbs. Chen Xiang nodded his head. Are all of you the ones who lost these dragon magic herb in the medicinal field? That's right. This was lost more than a month ago. Zhao Kuanxin coldly snorted. And you just so happen to have so many dragon magic Dan, so we suspect that you did it. It was lost more than a month ago. Why didn't you respond then? Qinxiang laughed. Why didn't you start investigating when I sold the dragon magic Dan? Everyone nodded. No matter how they looked at it, they seemed to be framing Qinxiang. Because our medicinal field is a top-secret herb field. We only go in to take a look at it once in a while, Zhao Kunxin said. From the traces at the scene, it seems that those dragon magic herb have been lost for about a month, and these 10 elders have investigated about it. Chen Xiang looked at the 10 elders and said, Elders, are you sure that you have lost the 2 dragon magic herbs in Kunyin's hands? That's right. Because there are still a few parts of the medicinal field that we haven't lost, we can be sure that we have lost these 2 species of dragon magic herb. An elder said, If you doubt me, I can understand it too. However, the dragon magic herb that I refined was not one of these 2 dragon magic herb, but a kind of golden dragon magic herb. It was given to me by the Flying Dragon Palace. Qinxiang said he can testify for me. An old man from the Zhao clan sneered. Golden-colored dragon magic herb. You are simply speaking nonsense. Our leader has planted dragon magic herb for so many years, yet there has never been a golden variety born. Your relations, HI plus P with Bat Super Venerable is not bad, and it is normal for you two to collude with each other to deceive people. All right, if I can take out the golden dragon magic herb, you should believe me. Qinxiang said as he took out a golden dragon magic herb. The dragon magic herb in Qinxiang's hands was golden and looked extremely beautiful. The shape and size of the dragon magic herb were exactly the same, except the color was different. It's definitely fake. It's just that you used some secret techniques to get the golden color. Now that I have ascertained that you were the one who stole the dragon magic herb, you made such preparations in order to rid yourself of any suspicions. Zhao Kunxin insisted that it was Qinxiang. All right, how many dragon magic herb have you lost in total? Qinxiang asked. There were still many dragon magic herb in the Yao Mountain Villa. 10 elders. You should be able to find an accurate number. Qinxiang said. The final result is that 1,300 dragon magic herb have been lost. An elder said. Qinxiang secretly cursed in his heart. This Zhao clan was too ruthless to actually want to make him take the blame. He had originally planned to take out some dragon magic herb. When the time came, he only needed to Serpa S the number of dragon magic herb lost in the Zhao clan. Then he would be able to shake off all suspicions. But now he could not. There were not so many dragon magic herb in the Yao Mountain Villa. You still have some dragon magic herbs with you. However, you have already dyed them golden. Now leave them all to us. It will lessen the punishment. Then you can give us the corresponding Tao crystal. We can let you leave the heavenly alchemy divine sect. Zhao Kunxin said. Qinxiang sighed. My golden dragon magic herb is called the golden dragon magic herb and is completely different from your Zhao clan's dragon magic herb. If I use this kind of golden dragon magic herb to refine pills, I can refine 7 of them in one furnace. So this should be enough to prove that my golden dragon magic herb is not dyed. That's only because you refined it yourself. Everyone knows your pill techniques. If you refine 7 pills for others, we believe that your dragon magic herb is not like us. The elder of the Zhao clan said. When the people of Zhao clan saw Qinxiang's golden dragon magic herb, they were already very surprised. They thought that Bat Super Venerable and Qinxiang had colluded with each other, but they never thought that there was actually a golden dragon magic herb. So they also wanted to get their hands on this dragon magic herb. They already understood why the effects of the dragon magic Dan Qinxiang had refined were stronger than theirs, and that was because of this golden dragon magic herb. Qinxiang was very angry in his heart. Not only did this Zhao clan want to turn black and white and take away the golden dragon magic herb in his hands, he also wanted to cheat him of his Tao crystal. All 10 elders should know how to refine pills. If you all can refine many dragon magic, Dan, then you can prove that my dragon magic herb is yours and not stolen. Chen Xiang took out 10 golden dragon magic herbs and handed them over to the 10 elders. This may take some time, but for the truth, I think everyone should be able to wait patiently. Everyone nodded their heads. They were willing to wait for the results to come out. The people of Zhao clan gritted their teeth in anger, because Chen Xiang had really mastered dragon magic herbs. Moreover, it was a very special kind of golden dragon magic herb, much better than their Zhao clan's red and black dragon magic herb. Fortunately, the alchemy level of these elders was very high, and refining dragon magic, Dan, only required refining a single medicinal ingredient. Their speed was not slow either. Everyone patiently waited here for 6 days. They were finally done refining, but the one with the most Dan beads was actually 10. Of the 10 elders, at least 9 of them came out. Most of them could actually refine 10 Dan beads. Even those elders felt it was inconceivable. Chen Xiang did not expect these elders to be so skilled, to actually be able to produce so many pills. It seems that in order to pursue speed, I only produced 7 pellets. The 10 elders' alchemy skills are truly outstanding. Chen Xiang hurriedly said, "These dragon magic Dan were all painstakingly refined by you. You can just keep them yourselves, but now it has already proven my innocence." The people of Zhao clan were jealous to death. Not only did Chen Xiang's golden dragon magic herb give out more pills, it had better effects than them. Zhao clan, your dragon magic herb was not stolen by Chen Xiang. He has already proven that his dragon magic herb was different from the ones you lost. An elder said, "There's nothing else. Our Zhao clan has suffered heavy losses this time, which is why we are suspicious. I hope the elders can understand." The people from the Zhao clan knew best what was going on. If they continued to harass Su Yang and found out that it was them who planned this play, they would be in for a lot of trouble. "All right, let's end this here." One of the elders harumphed, as if he had already noticed something. See 2846. See 2846, just as the 10 clan elders were about to leave. Chen Xiang suddenly said, "No, this matter definitely could not be forgiven. They had to investigate thoroughly. There is an urgent need for dragon magic Dan, and there are also people who are stealing in the heavenly alchemy divine sect. Maybe it is the doing of the dragon demons. I think we must continue investigating and find out who stole the dragon magic herb that was lost in the Zhao clan." "That's right, there might be dragon demons inside the Zhao clan. We must investigate them thoroughly." Lin Jitian shouted, "Right, right." Many people also started to shout, saying that they had to find a carriage to see who stole the dragon magic herb. Our heavenly alchemy divine sect would never sneak into a dragon demon. The great clan elder was now even more certain that this was caused by the Zhao clan himself. He was extremely furious at the fact that they wanted to blame Chen Xiang and chase him away. "Then it's very likely that there's a spy in the Zhao clan. We have to find out." An elder nodded his head. "We will go to Zhao clan now." Even though the people from the Zhao clan were calm, their hearts were beating wildly. Their previous plan was extremely thorough, and they thought that they could definitely drive Chen Xiang away. After the 10 elders and the Zhao clan's people left, Chen Xiang took out the 200 pellets of dragon magic Dan that he had previously refined and started selling them all happily. After the sales, everyone left. Andamp, Andamp, Ben Andamp, Read Andamp, Fiction, Brat, to think that you would have such a unique dragon magic herb. You didn't even tell me about it, and you have caused me to worry to death. The great clan elder scolded jokingly. "I really thought you went to the Zhao clan to steal dragon magic herb." Chen Xiang laughed. "If I were to go to Zhao clan to steal the dragon magic herb, I definitely won't stay there any longer, and Zhao clan will definitely not only lose dragon magic herb as well. I have really succeeded in stealing so many medicinal ingredients from Zhao clan's top secret location. According to my style, all of Zhao Clan's ingredients will definitely be looted by me. Zhao Clan said that there are still a few dragon magic herb remaining on their stolen medicinal fields. This is really funny. If I were to make a move, I will definitely take all of it. Can golden dragon magic herb really refine many pills? That was a Taizuan Dan. Although it's only low rank, to be able to refine 10 medicinal plants in one go is truly unbelievable. The Great Elder said, Great Clan Elder, if you want the golden dragon magic herb, just say it here. Chun Xiang laughed. You can try it yourself. This golden dragon magic herb contains a lot of medicine aura, so it can produce a lot of pills. Chun Xiang gave the Great Clan Elder 10 golden dragon magic herb to refine for himself. The transmission array that was sent to the myriad Tao mausoleum was difficult to attack. It was mainly because there were too many dragon magic poison there. When they entered, although they were struck by the dragon magic poison, they did not immediately flare up. Furthermore, they all had some dragon magic danas as backup. So after eating the dragon magic dan, they retreated as fast as they could. Otherwise, once the dragon magic dan lost its effect and they were still inside the dragon magic poison mist, they would lose their fighting strength. In the end, only death awaited them. However, the dragon magic dan that Chun Xiang refined had already been tested, and its effects were much better than those of the Zhao claness. A late-stage Supreme Realm cultivator went to the transmission array to test it, and discovered that after eating one of the dragon magic dan Chun Xiang refined it, it would last for 10 days. In other words, as long as he could bring 3 pellets into his body, he would be able to survive for a month inside the transmission array without encountering any poison. A month's time was enough for them to S-N-A-T-C-H back the transmission array. Now, they were only waiting for Chun Xiang to refine the dragon magic dan. There were around 1,000 people who entered the transmission array, and Chun Xiang needed to refine 3,000 dragon magic danas. Before, he had already sold more than 1,000. In the past month, he had also successfully refined 2,000 pellets, and they were sold out very quickly. Now he had 600 billion Dao crystal in his hands. This was very close to his goal of 1 trillion. I have to start refining the Taiji Yuanshandan. There's not much time left until I enter the myriad Tao mausoleum. I need to level up quickly. Right now, there's no lack of dragon magic dan outside, so Chun Xiang would stop for a period of time to refine the Taiji Yuanshan dan properly. Mei Jing sisters and the others had already grown a lot of S ingredients, so Chun Xiang would not be lacking any of them for the rest of the time. On one hand, if they had sufficient strength, he would be able to make them come out to fight when he needed their help. On the other hand, the higher their cultivation, the faster the medicinal herbs would be planted. The ingredients for refining the Taiji Yuanshandan have all been improved by us and have all fused with the Gold Yuan Divine GRA. S, so you need to be careful when refining it. There will be a lot of medicine aura. Jiang Sime said. She was also an alchemist, but her standards were not as high as Chun Xiang's. However, she had a better understanding of pill refining. I have to make collision. Only then will I not waste any medicinal ingredients. Moreover, the pills refined using the crash method have the effect of self-refinement, so during the refining process, I can do other things as well. Chun Xiang took out his chuangs, Hi plus G. O D furnace and began to refine the super high quality Taiji Yuanshandan. After an entire 10 days of time, he was only able to successfully refine a Taiji Yuanshandan that had undergone 3 crashes, and this was his limit. The more medicine aura there were, the higher their quality would be, and the control they would need to collide would be higher. And after the 3 crashes, Chun Xiang was also exhausted, unable to proceed to the next crash. That's the only way. Chun Xiang swallowed the pellet, then went to rest and refined it at the same time. The refining speed was extremely fast and was completed in just half a day. Just as the refining was finished, Chun Xiang once again began to refine the Taiji Yuanshandan. Just like this, a month had said, and he had eaten a total of 3 super high-quality Taiji Yuanshan Den-s. But he still had not broken through. It was not easy to break through 6G. DS stage. But according to the effects of the Taiji Yuanshan Dan, Qin Xiang felt that his progress was relatively fast. His current 6 Yuan G, D was much stronger than before. If he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to enter the middle stage of 6G. DS stage soon. The people who went to attack the transmission array had returned as well, and they successfully took it down. The 4 great divine sects had sent out their experts to guard the transmission array, and once the Myriad Tau Mausoleum was activated, they could immediately activate the ancient transmission array and head towards the vicinity of the Myriad Tau Mausoleum. Now that Qin Xiang was not refining the Dragon Magic Dan, he sold the Golden Dragon Magic Herb to the Heavenly Alchemy Divine Sect for 700 million each. A single Golden Dragon Magic Herb could refine 10 Dragon Magic Dan, so these shops could still earn 300 million Dao Crystal. This way, it would also be able to alleviate the lack of Dragon Magic Dan. See 2847. See 2847, the great clan elder, also knew very well that the Zhao clan hated Qin Xiang to the core. So he also said that if anyone dared to touch Qin Xiang, it meant that they had become his enemy. Qin Xiang was very popular in Heavenly Alchemy Divine Sect. Now everyone suspected that Qin Xiang had a secret method to quickly grow medicinal herbs. If not, he would not have so many Dragon Magic Herb. But Qin Xiang did not admit it. He only said that those Golden Dragon Magic Herb were obtained from the Dragon Devil Deadland. He had a lot of them. If others were to notice, it would not be a good thing. So Qin Xiang would not admit to using that ability. Qin Xiang was currently focused on refining the Taiji Yuanshan Dan. He needed power very much. Although his pill techniques were outstanding, no matter how skilled he was in pill techniques, without sufficient strength, he would not be able to withstand the threat of danger. Furthermore, he was going to go to the mysterious Myriad Tau Mausoleum. After taking down the transmission array, for Great Divine Sects and Flying Dragon Palace had set an exact time to head to Myriad Tau Mausoleum in 2 months. The Myriad Tau Mausoleum would open up for a period of time. As long as they could enter during this period of time and come out, they would not miss the opening of the Myriad Tau Mausoleum. The biggest reason why Qin Xiang entered the Myriad Tau Mausoleum was to find and kill the natural law Divine Lord. Right now, he was weak, so even if he met the D of Heaven, he might not be able to fight against him. He only hoped that when the time came, Lin Jitian would be able to talk to the D of Heaven. Bat, super venerable, had enough power to help him kill natural law Divine Lord. There were still 2 months left, and it was a very short period of time for many people. At this time, those who had decided to head to Myriad Tau Mausoleum were all hurriedly making preparations. 2 months had said, and the great clan elder had gently knocked on Qin Xiang's door. Qin Xiang, who was still concocting pills, woke up quickly. His face was filled with regret, because he had not stepped into the middle stage of 6G. DS stage yet. 6G. DS stage is indeed not that easy to break through. Qin Xiang looked at the high-quality Taiji Yuanshan Dan in his hand. He had refined this just now, but it was too late for him to eat it now. Qin Xiang anxiously opened the door and saw that the great clan elder had already donned a set of strong and DY armor, so he was probably going to head out immediately. Grand Elder, are you leaving now? Qin Xiang asked. Not bad. We'll be starting off in an hour. Are you not ready yet? The great clan elder asked when he saw that Qin Xiang was not that excited. It's about time. Let's go. Qin Xiang could only find some time to eat that piece of Taiji Yuanshan Dan and then quietly refine it to see if he could step into the middle stage of 6G. DS stage. Qin Xiang followed the great clan elder to the great plaza of the Heavenly Alchemy Divine Sect. It was already filled with people, all of them from the 4 great divine sects and the 4 great divine sects. The last time they attacked the transmission array, there were only 1,000 of them, but it had increased to 2,000 now. for the large four great divine sects and flying dragon palace. 2,000 people was considered very little. This was to keep a portion of the people here to guard, so that the dragon demons wouldn't take advantage of the situation to enter. Chun Xiang had already made an agreement with Lin Jitian and Bat Supervenerable to move out together, and now that Lin Jitian and Bat Supervenerable were here, he immediately went to find them when he arrived at the plaza. He had already greeted the great clan elder. The great clan elder did not say anything about this. He was very clear about the strength of the Bat Supervenerable, and that Lin Jitian was not weak either. Chen Xiang, when we enter the myriad Tao mausoleum, the ones we need to pay attention to are not the B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S inside, but the B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S hiding in the plaza. Lin Jitian said. He had entered the myriad Tao mausoleum before and had a lot of experience. The last time he entered, he was tricked by humans. When Lin Jitian was with and the Bat Supervenerable this time, they were all people that he understood. Therefore, he was very at ease, not like the last time, where it was a temporary arrangement. I know. I feel that the thing I need to pay attention to the most are those fellows from Zhao clan. They should be really eager to eat my flesh and blood right now. When Chen Xiang looked at Zhao Kunshin, he could see the viciousness in his eyes. Rest assured, as long as the ancestor does not attack, old Lin and I can withstand it. Unless there are 8 late-stage overlords surrounding and attacking us, no one will be able to harm you. The Bat Supervenerable was not too worried. He understood Chen Xiang's ability to escape very well. After everyone had arrived, they divided into more than 10 teams and began to head towards the ancient transmission array. This was still quite a distance away. A few days later, they arrived at the ancient transmission array. This transmission array was extremely huge, actually a lot wider than the big plaza in Heavenly Alchemy Divine Sect. When Chen Xiang arrived here, he could immediately feel the remnant evil dragon qi. Previously, this place was filled with the corpses of the dragon demons. Even if they were burnt to ashes, the qi was still very dense. Opening the transmission array would consume a large amount of Dao crystal. Chen Xiang had heard from the great clan elder that it would take at least 100 billion Dao crystal to successfully activate it. These Dao crystal were produced by the 4 great divine sects and 4 great divine sects together, and each side only needed to pay 20 billion Dao crystal. To these kind of big shots, this was just a small number. When he came back, he would need to use the same amount of Dao crystal, so he didn't need to use the Dao crystal if he wanted to follow the group. Once the 4 great divine sects and the Flying Dragon Palace were teleported, they would be open to other people, and those people would need to gather enough Dao crystal to activate the transmission array before they could head to the myriad Tao mausoleum. It took more than 6 hours to open the transmission array, and after it did, Chen Xiang felt a spatial ripple. Then a golden light flashed before his eyes, and they arrived at a place with fresh air. He has already left the Flying Dragon Pag. Oda. Chun Xiang looked around. He was very sure right now because when he was in Flying Dragon Pag, he could feel the unique spatial energy of Flying Dragon Pag. Oda. However, there was no S-P-A-C here. They should be on top of the divine wasteland. Where is the myriad Tao mausoleum? Chun Xiang looked left and right, but he did not see myriad Tao mausoleum. When he was on the 100 floors of the Flying Dragon Pag, Chun Xiang had refined and eaten the myriad Tao divine tablets formation. At that time, he saw the image of the myriad Tao mausoleum. We still have a way to go to myriad Tao mausoleum. The ancient transmission array only told us to leave it. Otherwise, we would need to walk it layer by layer, or through it in order to leave it. Lin Jitian said, "Let's go." The leaders are all the great elders of the 4 great divine sects S and Flying Dragon Palace S. On the way to myriad Tao mausoleum, they encountered over a dozen waves of terrifying dragon beast attacks. Luckily, the people here were all skilled and were able to push back dragon beast. After walking for around a month, Chun Xiang finally saw the myriad Tao mausoleum in his image as he was fusing with the myriad Tao divine tablets formation. See 2848. See 2848 from afar. The myriad Tao mausoleum looked like a giant square stone that was located on the ground. And at this time, Qin Xiang and the rest were still very far away from the myriad Tao mausoleum, so they could clearly see the entire appearance of the myriad Tao mausoleum. 130,000 feet tall, 150,000 feet wide, and there is also the universe inside. This is the mysterious myriad Tao mausoleum. Lin Jitian said, "The first time I saw it, I was extremely shocked. It was first time seeing it with his own eyes, but because he had seen the image before, he did not exclaim out loud like the others when he saw it. The myriad Tao mausoleum was black, and on the way there, Chen Xiang also heard that the myriad Tao mausoleum's expression would change. Sometimes it would be white, sometimes it would be gold, and in short, it would change in various colors. And only when it turns black would it mean that the myriad Tao mausoleum would be opened. Furthermore, the inside of the myriad Tao mausoleum would be very safe. When it was white, a portion of the entrance to myriad Tao mausoleum was opened, but it was extremely dangerous inside. At this time, a majority of the people who went in were unable to come out. There are others." The bat super venerable suddenly said. Chen Xiang could also feel the qi, and there were quite a number of them. Chen Xiang immediately looked towards the direction where the qi came from. All of them looked very familiar. He knew who these people were. They were the big shots from the myriad Tao city, just that they were all possessed by the evil soul. Shui Yunxiong. He couldn't help but say these 3 words. This guy, he actually came as well, and even had those leader elders from the divine beast sects in the 100 floors of the Flying Dragon Pag. Oh, the S, you know them? Lin Jitian asked. He was not worried about them, because all of them were weak, with their cultivations of around the middle stage of 6G, DS stage. I understand, most of them are about to be possessed by the evil soul. You guys be careful, maybe they still have a powerful evil soul in their hands. Qin Xiang said. Back then, Chen Xiang had already known that the leader S of the Divine Beast sect were very close to the evil soul S, so he suspected that those leader S had all been possessed by the evil soul S. When Shui Yinxiong and the other evil soul S came out of myriad Tao mausoleum, they had many strong evil soul S whose bodies had yet to be found. And Shui Yinxiong and the rest of the evil soul S were only at the 6G. DS stage. In the myriad Tao mausoleum, the 6G, DS stage S were considered weak. Qin Xiang guessed that they had the Taizun realm's evil soul S, but he did not find a good body, so he was not able to take them out. Qin Xiang told the worries in his heart to Lin Jitian and the bat super venerable. After knowing that they were a group of evil soul S, they immediately became cautious. Before, when they went to fight against the dragon demons, they had to always be on guard against being devoured by them. In this regard, they had some experience. My friends, are you from the top of Flying Dragon Pag? Oda? The one who spoke was Shui Yinxiong. He had a gentle smile on his face. Qin Xiang also felt that it was strange. Why would Shui Yinxiong and the others appear here? Could it be that the 100 floors of Flying Dragon Pag, to also have an ancient transmission array that leads to here? Not bad. Where are you from? An old man from Flying Dragon Palace asked. He was very cautious at the moment and did not walk over. They are all evil soul. Lin Jitian suddenly shouted. Everyone be careful. Just as he finished speaking, the expressions of Shui Yinxiong and the others changed. With a wave of their hands, they threw countless black beads. The black beads released an evil aura. With one glance, one could tell that they were all evil soul. Just as Qin Xiang had guessed, Shui Yinxiong and the rest had a large number of strong evil soul S in their hands. Now, they had thrown out their evil soul S in order to let these evil soul S choose the appropriate body to possess. A bunch of evil beings. He was an elder of the Heavenly Alchemy divine sect, and although his voice was low, it released a golden sound wave. The black beads that were thrown over were instantly shattered, and all of the evil soul S ran out. When the elders of the 4 great divine sects and the Flying Dragon Palace saw so many powerful evil soulless, their expressions became extremely serious. They all had a tacit understanding and immediately set up a huge enchantment around everyone to protect them from the attacks of the evil soul. When the time comes, these old fellows could defend against evil soul. But for the other juniors, it was hard to say. Quickly destroy them. Bat, super venerable, shouted towards the group of people. Shui and Xiong and the others were still outside the barrier with a sinister smile on their faces. The barrier was covered by a maw. S of black fog, and the fog was formed by the mighty. How dare the evil creature be impudent? A burly man from the 6 divine sects S shouted loudly. A few boom-boom sounds of thunder rumbled in the air as a large amount of 6-colored lightning bolts fell like rain on the surroundings of the barrier. After the evil soul was struck by the lightning, they all dispersed. Some of them even started to scream, floating around in the air, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. The 6 divine lightning from the 6 divine sects S are not simple. This kind of evil soul is also afraid of being struck by lightning. Lin Jitian laughed. Evil soul is underestimating our flying dragon pag. Oh, das 1,000 floors. After that, the elders of the Heavenly Alchemy Divine Sect also took action, releasing a purple gold flame. They controlled the flame to turn into a giant palm and slapped the fleeing evil soul S. It had only been a moment, but the mighty and mighty supreme evil soul was already scared out of her mind. Let alone this kind of, even when they were alive and had flesh and blood, this group of elders were not afraid of them, let alone an evil soul who only knew how to frighten people. Shui and Xiong and the others were so scared that their faces turned green. Previously, they thought that the supreme evil soul they had released would quickly swallow all of them. But who would have thought that those powerful evil souls would not even be able to withstand a single blow, and were taken care of so quickly? These evil soul must have made a mistake. I never expected us to be so strong. Lin Jitian laughed. This group of people could be considered to be the apex existences within the 1,000 floors of the Flying Dragon Pag. Oda, kill! Just as the voice of an old man faded, more than 10 shadows flashed out from the enchantment, and the powerful aura released from their bodies rushed toward Shui Yunxiong's group like a terrifying wave. Shui Yunxiong and the rest had a few hundred people, but the dozen or so elders were able to rush over, releasing a burst of powerful force and crushed the few hundred of them, turning them into dust. It's boring. We don't need to do anything. Lin Jitian yawned, but since the enchantment had been put away, everyone immediately rushed there. What happened just now was very sudden, but right now everyone was very calm, as though nothing had happened at all. They continued to head towards the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. Qin Xiang, what's wrong? Lin Jitian patted Qin Xiang's shoulder and asked softly, I have a strange feeling that something is following us. Qin Xiang looked behind him and said, We have to be careful. I have a feeling that before we enter the Myriad Tao Mausoleum, we will have to go through a great battle. See 2849. See 2849, this was not a conscious thought on Qin Xiang's part, but rather an extremely weak aura that Qin Xiang had sensed, and this aura contained a faint killing intent. Qin Xiang had killed before, so he could feel it, even though it was weak. Right now, he just could not confirm what that aura was. He also did not know where it came from. Really? Should I tell them? Lin Jitian said, I'm not sure right now, but that's what I think. However, he still sent a sound transmission to the great clan elder of the Heavenly Alchemy Divine Sect. His relations, H.I. plus P with the great clan elder of Heavenly Alchemy Divine Sect, was not bad. After the great clan elder heard his sound transmission, he also became cautious. Anyways, they were about to enter the Myriad Tao Mausoleum at this time, so everyone was on high alert. All along the way, they were extremely quiet and did not encounter any dangers. They also gradually approached the gigantic Myriad Tau mausoleum. At this time they could no longer see just how vast the Myriad Tau mausoleum was. Although they had not arrived at the bottom of the Myriad Tau mausoleum yet, they were shrouded in the gigantic shadow of the Myriad Tau mausoleum. Upon entering this shadow, a cold S-H-I plusver went down everyone's spines. What's going on? This Myriad Tau mausoleum is a little strange, different from last time. Lin Jitian said. That's right, it makes people uneasy. What's going on? Bat Tai. 1. Ben. Read. The novice sovereign had the same feeling. He had also entered the Myriad Tau mausoleum before. Everyone, pay attention! The great clan elder of the Heavenly Alchemy Divine sect shouted, We might not even enter the Myriad Tau mausoleum before we face a huge battle. The Myriad Tau mausoleum was right in front of him, but the door was not completely open. There was only a small crack, but because the door was very big, the crack that was revealed was also very big. The wind was coming from the gap of the door. Chun Xiang was lost in thought as he looked at the big door of the Myriad Tau mausoleum and said, The big door is opening slowly, but the opening speed is very slow, adding that the big door of the Myriad Tau mausoleum is too big, it's hard to find. The entrance to the Myriad Tau mausoleum was as high as the sky, and this entrance was also known as the door of the heavens and the earth. In the past, the opening of the gate of heaven and earth was much smaller than it is now, only enough for 10 people to walk past it side by side as if they were walking between 2 mountains. But now it's so wide, it's not a problem even pus. H-I, plussing through the mountain. Lin Jitian also felt that it was very strange. As they approached the Myriad Tau mausoleum, they were enveloped by a depressing atmosphere. This kind of feeling made people uncomfortable. If they didn't have a firm will, they would have easily collapsed by now. Everyone was already enveloped by a formless and terrifying aura. Should we retreat? An elder suddenly said, Obviously, there's something wrong with the opening of the Myriad Tau mausoleum this time. That's right, how about this? Let's wait for a while longer and see. If things return to how it was in the past, we can go back inside. While we're waiting, we can notify the 2 ancestors and have them come over to take a look. A bald old man said. Now that they were already here, no one wanted to return. However, they were still very cautious and didn't rush in just like that. Everyone rested where they were and waited patiently. Qin Xiang also grabbed the opportunity to eat a Taiji Yuan Shindan, and then had Bat Super Venerable and Lin Jitian watch over him. As time passed, said the heaven and earth door opened wider and wider. The darkness could be seen through the crack in the door. Although the door was opening wider and wider, the eerie wind that was blowing out from inside was abnormally much weaker, causing people to be even more confused. A few days had passed, said, and Qin Xiang had already refined that Taiji Yuan Shindan, but he had still not stepped into the middle stage of 6G, ODS stage. Under such circumstances, he desperately needed power, but he still did not succeed. I can only refine one more. Chan Xiang immediately took out the medicinal ingredients and then calmed his heart to refine them. He was not the only one who was concocting pills here. The elders of Heavenly Alchemy Divine Sect were also making use of their time to do so. 10 days had passed, said, and Qin Xiang had successfully refined 1 Taiji Yuan Shindan. Is your ancestor not here yet? This door has been completely opened. This is an unimaginable scene. An elder said anxiously, There must be a problem with the Myriad Tau mausoleum. The Myriad Tau mausoleum's gate of heaven and earth had been completely opened. Even though the huge ancient door was completely opened, the inside of the door was pitch black and it was impossible to see anything. It was like the mouth of a huge beast, dark and sinister. Just as Qin Xiang was about to eat the Taiji Yuan Shindan, he heard someone shout, Your ancestor is here, and it's 5 of them! Sensing the aura, everyone who was resting hurriedly stood up. The 5 reverends and 2 elders had arrived. The 5 reverends were all very young and not as old as everyone had imagined. Leader, Palace Lord, A few of the elders shouted in shock. It was actually the leader himself. It was obvious that the situation was not ordinary. The leaders and the Flying Dragon Palace's hall masters all looked very young, but they were all revered ancestors' cultivations. What the hell is going on? An old man asked. Why is there such a situation? The heaven and earth gate has completely opened. This sort of thing has never happened before. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? The six divine sexes said, We are also not sure, so we came here personally to take a look. This time, an unprecedented situation has indeed occurred in the Myriad Tau Mausoleum. Maybe it is because of this, but the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable is still in the Flying Dragon Pag. Oda. Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable is doing everything possible to obtain power through the Flying Dragon Experience Place. It should be related to entering the Myriad Tau Mausoleum. Therefore, we do not know if it is safe to enter the Myriad Tau Mausoleum now. Please wait patiently outside. We will go in first to investigate. The Heavenly Alchemy Divine Sect said. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Given the current situation, they didn't dare to go in the same way. The five giants turned into several streaks of light and flew into the endless darkness inside the heaven and earth door. Not long after they entered, Chen Xiang suddenly shouted out, There's a dragon demon! He was extremely familiar with this aura. It was the extremely strong aura that Chen Xiang had sensed in the depths of Dragon Devil Deadland that day. It's the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable. The Bat Super Venerable cried out. When the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable appeared, everyone immediately sank into fear. However, they could only see a black astral wind suddenly blowing towards them, and then Russ. Plus-ing towards the heaven and earth door. Go. Gone. One of the old men was covered in cold sweat. The moment Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable appeared, they felt as if doomsday had arrived. Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable has entered the Myriad Tau Mausoleum, but there is still a large group of dragon demons around. They have been here since a long time ago. Qin Xiang said, Prepare for battle. If we cannot win, we can only enter the Myriad Tau Mausoleum. C. 2850. C. 2850 these dragon demons came prepared, and it was not only the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable that was powerful. There were also other dragon demons who were extremely terrifying. If not, the Dragon Devil Deadland would not have suffered so much at that time. From the looks of it, humans had lost that battle back then. Many powerful ancestors of the human race had died, and the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable was only sealed. Right now, the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable had already broken through the seal and was nurturing a large number of powerful dragon demons. No one could sense the aura of the dragon demon, but they all thought that Qin Xiang was lying to them. However, what happened next was that they believed it. Indeed, a large group of people suddenly appeared. These people all had a black dragon headstaff in their hands. Could it be that this was brought here by Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable when he came here earlier? How exactly did Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable and the rest come here? Transmission array has always been The Great Elder suddenly understood. Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable and the rest had occupied the transmission array for a period of time. And during that period of time, the transmission array had been enveloped by a dense amount of dragon magic poison. It was very likely that Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable and the group of dragon demons had teleported here during that period of time and were waiting for the heaven and earth door to open. How strong are these guys? Qin Xiang asked. At this time, the number of dragon demons that appeared increased to 100,000. They all looked like humans. Table of Contents, the novel Abdu. Just like the evil soul, they could take over a human's body and memories. At this moment, everyone could see the successful dragon demons that possessed their bodies, although they had a human's body, but they also had a dragon demon's body and evil soul inside them. The power of the dragon demons are all very strong, especially the most powerful ones. Bat Super Venerable said, We have too few people on our side. We are not their match. Chen Xiang's side only had more than 2,000 people, but the number of dragon demons on their side was as high as 100,000. Can we really not beat them? Chen Xiang had already discovered a few late period of Tai Zun realm dragon demons. There were many with this cultivation. Among the 100,000 dragon demons, there were a few hundred late-stage supreme dragon demons. This power was not something that Chen Xiang and his 2,000 men could withstand. We can't escape. Let's enter the myriad Tao mausoleum. At least there are 5 powerful ancestors inside. An elder shouted, "Now we can only enter the myriad Tao mausoleum." The myriad Tao mausoleum's gate of heaven and earth was wide open. There were no dragon demons in that direction. And there were also dragon demons that covered the sky and the earth from all other directions. Hurry up and enter the gate of heaven and earth, otherwise it'll be too late. A great elder suddenly made a decision and shouted as he rushed towards the heaven and earth gate. If they were to hesitate any longer, the dragon demons would surround them and lead them in every direction. When everyone saw that large group of dragon demons, they had already lost all will to fight. The difference in strength was too great. No matter how hard they fought, it would still be difficult to beat them. The past few years after the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable was sealed, you have become much smarter. Lin Jitian laughed. He was not afraid at all. I don't know how it is inside the myriad Tao mausoleum now. It won't be as safe as it was in the past. Bat Super Venerable said, "Don't be so optimistic." The group ran very fast, and soon they entered the heaven and earth door. When they got close, they could see that there was a large amount of black fog inside the heaven and earth door. It was this black fog that covered everything in it. Everyone be careful. The myriad Tao mausoleum might not be as safe as it was in the past. When you go in, you must definitely be with your own team. An old man shouted. Everyone had already arrived in front of the black fog. Many people had already dove head first into the black mist. Chun Xiang, Lin Jitian, and the Bat Super Venerable looked at each other for a moment, then rushed in as well. There are a large number of evil souls. Be careful. This was Chun Xiang's voice. He was the most sensitive to evil soul. So the moment he entered the black mist, he could immediately feel it. Everyone quickly said through the black fog and arrived at a very size stone room. The stone room was lit up by a dim light. Upon closer inspection, they could see that there were many night light stones at the top of the stone room, but they were all hidden by the dark evil soul. Chan Xiang counted the times, and everyone smoothly came in. No one was in danger within the black fog. And recently, many late-stage Overlord Elders all set up enchantments, and then used their abilities to kill all the evil soulless inside. It took less than an hour for dozens of Overlords to take action together to solve the problem. When people were puzzled, the dragon demons outside didn't come in. Those dragon demons didn't come in. What's going on? Chen Xiang was very suspicious. Many people had the same idea, and some of them already walked towards the back. After trying it out, they realized that they could still go out. The dragon demons haven't come in yet. They've already sealed off our escape route. An old man came in and said, "What exactly are these dragon demons doing? Do we have to be trapped here? Myriad Tao Mausoleum is so weird. It wasn't like this the last time we came in." A middle-aged man surveyed his surroundings. This extremely size stone room had already become very bright, as though it was day. The stone room was empty. There was nothing inside, and there was no door. He didn't know how to proceed. "How did you come in before?" Qin Xiang asked. He used the Tao Heart eye to look around, but didn't find anything else. "When we came in before, there were many tunnels, and every tunnel was very wide. There were many doors on both sides of the tunnel, and those doors were tomb chambers with many things hidden inside. In short, there are many tunnels." Just as the man finished speaking, he suddenly heard a rumbling sound. The stone chamber began to shake, and then 2 wide tunnels appeared. There were only 2 tunnels on the stone wall. Unlike what the man had said earlier, there were many more. However, these 2 tunnels were very wide, allowing more than 10 people to walk side by side. The 2 tunnels also had many branches and stone rooms. Yes, that's it. That person shouted in shock. Why have you only appeared now? This is our familiar myriad Tao mausoleum. There shouldn't be any changes inside, right? Everyone can go in and check. You must be careful. An elder said as he and a few other elders walked quickly towards one of the tunnels. Qin Xiang, Lin Jitian, and the Bat Super Venerable rushed towards another pass, sage, but Bat Super Venerable and Lin Jitian were blocked outside. Only Qin Xiang could enter. What's going on? We can't even get in. Lin Jitian was very surprised. Qin Xiang, come out and take a look. Qin Xiang walked out, but did not encounter any obstructions. Change it. Then they walked into a Pa-S, sage at the side. This time, both he and Lin Jitian could smoothly enter. But when Qin Xiang walked in, he was obstructed by a force. When it stopped him, the force released a weak power of S.P.A.C. C-2851. C-2851, after Qin Xiang was stopped, he tried to use the white tiger to jump in, but to no avail. Strange. Are there any restrictions on the Pa-S sage? Qin Xiang frowned. You two are both from the Taizun realm, so you are able to enter this Pa-S sage. The previous few seniors are also from the Taizun realm, and I am from the 6G. Oh, DS stage, so I am restricted from entering. The great elder walked over and tried the 2 tunnels. Indeed, there was one that he could not enter. One of these 2 Pa-S sages is for Taizun realm S and below to enter. The other Pa-S sage requires the cultivation of Taizun realm. The great clan elder said, Qin Xiang, looks like you can't be with them anymore. Take the 6G. Oh, DS stage Pa-S sage. All right, I'll be fine by myself. Qin Xiang nodded his head, although he was regretful, but he could not do anything about it. Just like this, Qin Xiang entered the Pa-S sage by himself. After entering, he saw many forks in the road, but he did not enter any of them. Many people were the same as him. They did not choose the fork in the path and kept walking, wanting to reach the end before making a decision. Qin Xiang was walking at the front. He walked the fastest, but he did not expect to see a few law beads scattered on the ground. Is this the benefit of being in front? Qin Xiang secretly laughed and picked up those law beads S. Although they were just fire roll beads S, they still made him feel that there were treasures in Myriad Tao Mausoleum. This was the first time most of the 6G, DS stage that followed behind him had entered, and they were also a little worried that there would be danger, so they did not dare to walk too fast or take the lead. Therefore, they thought that Qin Xiang was leading them to scout out the path. If he met with danger, there would definitely be some movement. At that time, they would also be able to react in time. There were a lot of people following behind Qin Xiang, but they had also quickened their pace because they could sense a few weak auras of the law beads. This meant that there was a law beads in front. There were as many law beads and stones in the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. If Qin Xiang walked in front, the people behind them would not be able to get anything, right? In order to avoid being on the same path as others, some people started to choose other paths and forks. This way, when they met with good things, they would be on their own. Qin Xiang had picked up quite a few law beads along the way, but they were all not good law beads. For example, it was easy to get hold of fire rule beads or water law beads. Just as he was at a loss, he suddenly felt a weak breath of life. He saw a small pile of things emitting a faint green light in front of him. He quickly walked over and saw that it was a small pile of green pearls. There were more than 100 of them. From the dense life force, there was no doubt that they were law beads S. There were actually 100 of them. The life law beads was also one of the rare life law beads. 100 of them required hundreds of billions of life law beads to obtain. I've earned big. Qin Xiang immediately picked it up and the moment he did, a group of people came over. Chen Xiang quickly put it down. Zhao Kuan-shin saw Chen Xiang holding onto a large pile of life law beads and immediately shouted. Seeing that they had arrived, Chen Xiang kept the law beads and then laughed. First come, first served. Who told you to walk so slowly? It's all mine. You have to give us at least half of what you see. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave here alive. Zhao Kuan-shin and the rest had a lot of people. With 10 of them, there were 6 or 7 in the late stage of 6G. DS stage. These people were all disciples of Zhao clan and were not weak. If they were to attack together, Chen Xiang would definitely not be able to defeat them. Zhao Kuan-shin, are you trying to steal it? I will remember that right now. I do not have the strength, so I cannot do anything to you. However, once I have enough strength, I will definitely make you pay the price. Chen Xiang sneered, and then immediately leaped toward a fork in the road. After a few continuous teleportations, he disappeared. Zhao Kuan-shin shouted, Quickly, Chase, this guy has over 100 life law beads in his hands. That's the equivalent of 1 trillion life law beads. We must definitely obtain them. When they came in, Chen Xiang knew that they had to be wary of humans in the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. He just didn't think that they would encounter this kind of thing so soon. Chen Xiang used teleportation. His speed was extremely fast, and very quickly he left Zhao Kuan-shin and the others behind. Furthermore, there were still many forks in the road in front of him. At his speed, Zhao Kuan-shin and the rest wouldn't be able to catch him. There were many tunnels inside that were complicated. Although Chen Xiang was walking randomly around inside, he would leave behind his mark so that he could remember the way back. There are many stone chambers, but they are very difficult to open and cannot be entered by teleportation. What is going on? Chen Xiang saw hundreds of stone rooms on the way, but he could not enter one at all. Oh, right, use the Tao crystal. Chen Xiang had previously heard that the Myriad Tao Mausoleum required a large amount of Tao crystal to obtain things. He came to the stone door of a stone room, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not see the place where the Tao crystal were placed. I have a divine sense scout out. Chen Xiang pressed his hand on the stone door and probed it with his divine sense, discovering that there was a very large storage SPAC inside the stone door. Do I have to put the Tao crystal in this storage SPAC? Chen Xiang immediately began to place the Tao crystal into the storage SPAC inside the stone door. He released 1 billion Tao crystal, and the stone door opened. He quickly entered, but there was nothing inside. It was very bright. Chen Xiang carefully observed the bright stone room. The stone room was not big and could only fit 5 or 6 people. It was not a tomb, because he did not see any kind of sarcophagus. He wasted 1 billion Tao crystal. Chen Xiang sighed, but just as he was about to go out, he suddenly heard someone say, You are not with the Tao crystal. This stone room is of great help to you, of course. You need more Tao crystal to be of great use. Unexpectedly, someone was talking to him, causing Chen Xiang to immediately become vigilant. What the hell are you? Where is it? Chen Xiang took out the heavenly magic sword and looked around. I am Time Ghost, and this is my tomb welcome. The voice chuckled. It sounded magnetic. Time Ghost? Chen Xiang was puzzled. When I was alive, I was a person who knew how to control the laws of time. Although I died, I could still control the laws of time, but only in this tomb, and I needed enough Tao crystal. The Time Ghost said, Tell me the details. Chen Xiang said, 1 billion Tao crystal by me one day. You will be staying here for 1 day, but outside, only 2 hours have passed. Time Ghost said, If you need more time, this is a good opportunity for you. 1 billion a day, it doesn't seem too expensive. Chen Xiang really needed this time because he was only in the early stages of 6G. DS stage, and he would break through to the middle stages very soon. If he could step into the middle stage and meet Zhao Kuan-shin's group again, he wouldn't have to run anymore and would be able to fight against them directly. All right, I'll buy it for 10 days. Qin Xiang said. Only 20 hours had said outside of the 10 days. 10 days was not a long time for Qin Xiang. He only needed to put 9 billion Dao crystal into the storage ring on that door. See 2852. See 2852. When Chen Xiang was outside the myriad Tao mausoleum, he had already refined a Taiji Yuan Dan. That Taiji Yuan Dan, before he even had the chance to eat it, had already experienced a series of events. After eating the Taiji Yuan Dan, Chen Xiang took out the Taiji Yuan Dan's medicinal ingredients and refined them at the same time. He was worried that the Taiji Yuan Dan was not enough for him to step into the middle stage of 6G. DS stage, so he had to make preparations. Sure enough, after he refined that Taiji Yuan Dan, he had not reached the middle stage of 6G. DS stage yet. Now he could only continue refining the Taiji Yuan Dan. Refining a Taiji Yuan Dan would require around 10 days of time, and refining it after eating it would only require around a day. At that time, he would have to put in 1 billion Dao crystal to buy another day's time. 10 days said, and after Chen Xiang finished refining the Taiji Yuan Dan, he spent 1 billion to buy another day. Then he ate the Taiji Yuan Dan and began to refine it. In only half a day's time, the medicinal power had been completely refined by him, and he smoothly stepped into the middle stage of 6G. DS stage. Zhao Kuanxin, just you wait, don't let me meet you. Qin Xiang laughed coldly in his heart. You've already broken through. Your pill techniques are not bad. Did you use the heavenly alchemy? Time Ghost asked. Yes, how did you know? Qin Xiang said. He had been busy these past few days and did not have time to talk to the Time Ghost. I can see that. The heavenly alchemy is very powerful, but it is very hard to understand the complete version of the novel in the end. Time Ghost sighed. I heard that the time it takes to refine a complete heavenly alchemy is very scary. I know that there is a stone wall in the myriad Tao mausoleum. Inside the stone wall, there is the last part of the heavenly alchemy. Qin Xiang said, Time Ghost, do you know where the stone wall is? Of course I know. I'm right in the middle of the myriad Tao mausoleum. But your current strength is too weak. It would be very difficult for you to reach there. You just need to pick up things on these small paths. The Time Ghost said, Oh, right. Time Ghost seems to be in a strange state. What's going on? Qin Xiang asked again. The main thing is that the Ghost Emperor has woken up. Many little ghosts are going to attend the Ghost Emperor's banquet. Time Ghost's words made Qin Xiang's hair stand on end. What Ghost Emperor? Qin Xiang looked around. Are you really a ghost? Of course not. But I do have a body, it's just that my body is sealed and I need a certain amount of Dao crystal S to undo the seal. Time Ghost laughed. There are no ghosts here. Most of the people here are human. It's just that they are very powerful humans. We are equivalent to being imprisoned here, sealed away, and unable to leave the myriad Tao mausoleum ever again. Is this true? Qin Xiang was in disbelief. How come I've never heard such a thing before? That's because no one has ever met me. If they had entered any other tomb, they wouldn't have said so much. Time Ghost said, there are so many tombs. Only I can communicate with humans. The other tombs have all fallen asleep and do not know when they will wake up, but I am different. I have so much time, I will never die. What nonsense. Why are you sealed here? Are you a great devil? Qin Xiang asked again. Right now, he still had a bit of time, so he wanted to talk some more with the Time Ghost. I am a good person, but I was following the wrong boss. My boss was also imprisoned here because of failure. The Time Ghost sighed. My boss is the Ghost Emperor that I mentioned before. Everyone calls him that now. In that case, your boss is very strong. However, if you lose in a battle with someone else, you will be imprisoned, and his little brother will be in trouble as well. Qin Xiang said, Yes, that's right. Time Ghost laughed bitterly. This is the only thing we can do for now. and those people who locked us up would occasionally give us some fun. They would open the door and let people from the outside come in to relieve our boredom. To relieve our boredom. Do you want to kill for fun? That's not good. Qinxiang frowned. I heard that there are many evil souls here. How do they come here? There are several areas within the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. The area that the evil soul is located in is where all imprisoned heinous demons are imprisoned, and the people that are locked up in this area are all people like me. There are also a few other places where some vicious fellows are imprisoned. Those who are sent in will die without a doubt. The time ghost said, but you don't have to worry. The tunnels that you have come through this time are all safe. This time it was very obvious what happened in Myriad Tao Mausoleum. Dragon, Devil, Emperor Venerable, and a few other leader-s came in, but no one knew where they went. So it's safe here? Qinxiang was worried that something dangerous would suddenly appear. It should be safe, not to mention our boss just woke up. Things from other areas wouldn't come here to cause trouble, so you should be at ease here to pick things up. The time ghost said, Oh right, where is the Heavenly Alchemy's stone wall? You must know. Tell me quickly, I want to take a look. Although the time ghost said that he was too weak, Qinxiang still wanted to try because he had the invisibility technique and the spatial energy. All right, if you want to get to the middle, it's very simple. You can go by the biggest road. The time ghost said, You should know what the biggest road is. Got it. Qinxiang nodded his head. Then I'll be taking my leave. Goodbye. The Heavenly Alchemy Stonewall are in the middle of the Myriad Tao Mausoleum, and the Myriad Tao Mausoleum is the most chaotic place. The time ghost said again, Yes, I will be careful. Qinxiang opened the stone door and went outside. Right now, he did not know if it was only a day outside. The time he had to enter the Myriad Tao Mausoleum was limited, so he was willing to spend 10 billion to buy 10 days. After walking out, Qinxiang returned. He wanted to go through the biggest sage which led to the middle of the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. Qinxiang quickly returned to the tunnel. On the way, he was extremely safe, and he did not meet Zhao Kuan-Shin and the others, which made him feel a little disappointed. Right now, he had already stepped into the middle stage of 6G, DS stage, so he was not afraid of Zhao Kuan-Shin. The last stage of the Heavenly Alchemy, I am coming. Qinxiang stepped onto the main road and sprinted forward. After running for 2 hours, he suddenly heard the sounds of a battle from the front. He had long since become invisible, so as to not be discovered by the people in front of him. He slowed down so that his breathing would not leak out and be sensed by the people in front of him. A battle was going on in front of them, and it was going to be very intense. Booms and explosions rang out one after another, and waves of energy rushed out like a violent storm. This South Sageway is really Street U, R, Dysprosium. It's not damaged at all even with this kind of fighting style. When Qinxiang approached, he heard Zhao Kuan-Shin's voice. Was actually fighting with someone else. Qinxiang was surprised, but when he thought about Zhao Kuan-Shin's character, he did not find it strange. C. 2853. C. 2853, when Qinxiang approached, he didn't expect that the ones fighting would be the Yuan SHI, plus Tao School's disciples, which meant it was Gu Qingtian, the 5 young genius disciples. The Morong brothers, Zhao Yunqiao and Liang Jinjun. Zhao Kuan-Shin, you are all dignified disciples of the Heavenly Alchemy divine sect. To enter such a despicable place, it would be akin to killing someone and stealing their possessions. Gu Qingtian scolded. There were only 5 people on his side, but Zhao Kuan-Shin and his group only had a little more than 10 people. Their abilities far exceeded Gu Qingtian and the rest. Didn't these guys know to be on guard when they came in? If you can't beat him, you can run. They were all injured. If they continued to fight, they would only end up getting killed by Zhao Kuan-Shin in the end. It's all of you who refused to toast to a drink. You had to hand over the flight rule beads, yet you refused to hand it over. You are courting death. Who can you blame? Zhao Kuan-Shin still argued back and forth while laughing sinisterly. He and a few late-stage 6G. Oh, DS stage did not partake. 1. P. Ate in the battle and only watched from the side. Also, you guys have a pretty good relations. H. I plus P with this Chinxiang guy. So no matter what, you won't be able to escape today. Rest A. S. Assured. I will definitely send Chinxiang to accompany all of you. Hearing this, the anger in Chinxiang's heart surged. He anxiously rushed over, stealthily came behind Zhao Kuan-Shin, took out his heavenly magic sword, and hacked towards Zhao Kuan-Shin and the rest. With a swoosh, Chinxiang quietly swept out with his sword. In the blink of an eye, 5 to 1 day's pa said. The head fell to the ground, blood flowing out from its neck. Chinxiang's sneak attack succeeded. 5 of the late-stage 6G, DS stage S had their heads chopped off by him. But Zhao Kuan-Shin's head did not fall down, because he seemed to have a very strong defensive treasure, blocking the sword chi that Chinxiang had chopped at him. Zhao Kuan-Shin was originally enjoying watching the show, but then he was suddenly drenched in blood all over. He suddenly looked around, only to see that the heads of the few late-stage 6G, DS stage S beside him had all been chopped off. The people who were fighting with Gu Qingtian and the others also noticed the situation, and just as they were about to come over, they realized that there were water vines under their feet, wrapping around them, preventing them from moving. The 6G, DS stage that attacked Gu Qingtian was only at the early stage. Chinxiang was already at the middle stage of the 6G, DS stage, so dealing with these people was still very easy. Seeing these enemies in front of him being unable to move, although Gu Qingtian was also extremely terrified, but his heart was more filled with rage. He suddenly waved the long blade in his hand, aimed at a single person and cut them into 2. Seeing that, Morongjin and the rest also took action, killing all the people who surrounded them. Zhao Kuan-Shin was stupefied. His heart was filled with fear. Just when he was about to capture Gu Qingtian and the rest, he did not expect such a strange thing to happen. Chinxiang had already brandished his heavenly magic sword, and with an extremely fast speed, pierced towards Zhao Kuan-Shin in an attempt to kill him. But who knew that when his heavenly magic sword pierced towards Zhao Kuan-Shin, it was blocked by an extremely strong force. Zhao Kuan-Shin. Gu Qingtian's eyes were also red as he rushed towards Zhao Kuan-Shin. Zhao Kuan-Shin reacted. He did not know what he did, but his body suddenly flickered with an extremely strong white light, and after a few moments the white light disappeared, and Zhao Kuan-Shin followed the white light and disappeared. What's going on? Where are you? Gu Qingtian was about to get close to him, but Zhao Kuan-Shin suddenly disappeared. Chinxiang never thought that Zhao Kuan-Shin would have so many defensive divine tools on his body. The last time he fought with Zhao Kuan-Shin, he had never seen Zhao Kuan-Shin use these divine tools before. Could it be that this fellow's seniors were worried that he would die, and so they asked him to bring a lot of defensive divine tools with him? Chinxiang closed his eyes, sensing the remnant spatial fluctuations. A moment ago, a divine artifact on Zhao Kuan-Shin's body activated the spatial energy, teleporting him away. I really didn't expect there to be such a spatial divine artifact. It can teleport us for a short period of time at a critical moment and avoid danger. Chinxiang had already sensed Zhao Kuan-Shin and immediately teleported there. Zhao Kuan-Shin was in a fork in the road. Gasping for breath, he used the escaping divine equipment, consuming a large amount of Dao energy. His body was extremely tired. He did not expect that he would run into the few dangers of the myriad Tao mausoleum, and he could feel the killing intent just now. This is really strange. I almost succeeded, and I ended up getting involved in something like this. Zhao Kuan-Shin ruthlessly smashed on the wall, only to discover that his fist had been caught. This scared Zhao Kuan-Shin and made him shout out loud. Zhao Kuan-Shin, I never thought you would be afraid too. Chinxiang laughed and revealed his true form. Seeing that it was Chinxiang, Zhao Kuan-Shin immediately understood what had happened just now. It was actually Chinxiang who did it. Chinxiang. At this time, Zhao Kuan-shin acted like he had seen a ghost. He knew that the enmity he had with Qin Xiang was something that he had chased after and killed after him ever since he entered the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. He did not expect Qin Xiang to have made a breakthrough. Zhao Kuan-shin had already been unable to defeat Qin Xiang previously, so there was no need to mention the fact that he had already achieved a breakthrough. That's right, it's me. Your entire team has been wiped out and you're the only one left. Don't you feel lonely? Qin Xiang laughed and suddenly used all of his strength to shatter Zhao Kuan-shin's fist. Zhao Kuan-shin screamed in pain. He hated the person in front of him the most and wanted to kill him the most, but now he had fallen into his opponent's hands and was being ravaged. Don't kill me, I don't want to die, let me go, I'm wrong, I'm just trash, I'm just an animal. Don't lower yourself to me. Zhao Kuan-shin could clearly see the situation at hand and anxiously begged for mercy. You've targeted me time and time again. How can I just let you go like this? Qin Xiang gave Zhao Kuan-shin a few slaps with his palms, causing his face to turn red and swollen black. Zhao Kuan-shin screamed in pain again and scolded in a sinister manner. Qin Xiang, you shall die a horrible death. Our Zhao clan has an ancestor. If I die, he will definitely find you and help me take revenge. Don't worry. If he comes to me for revenge, he will be the same as you right now. He will be captured by me, beaten up, then killed. Qin Xiang mocked a few times, then punched and kicked Zhao Kuan-shin again. Zhao Kuan-shin was extremely mischievous and could not bear the suffering. After being ravaged by Qin Xiang like this, he obediently handed over many Dao crystal, as well as the things they obtained from entering. There are only tens of billions of Dao crystal. That's too little. In Qin Xiang's eyes, this was indeed very rare, but to the disciples of many families, it was an extremely large number. Qin Xiang U-B-A-S-T-A-R-D. Zhao Kuan-shin spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed. I'll give you one last chance. If you kill me, you will die a horrible death. Once I die, I will use one of my life's divine tools to teleport what you have done to me, to my Zhao clan's elder. See 2854. See 2854 earlier. Qin Xiang had discovered that Zhao Kuan-shin had indeed fused with a pretty good spatial divine tool, which possessed spatial strength. It had been in a state of activity since a moment ago, so what Zhao Kuan-shin said should be true. I think that you have already said it down to the elders of your Zhao clan. Qin Xiang sneered. He had a rather good understanding of these spatial divine tools. No. When Zhao Kuan-shin was speaking, his eyes flickered. Clearly he was speaking. Since I have beat you up so badly, even if I let you go, your Zhao clan will not rest until we are dead. I might as well just get rid of you. Qin Xiang laughed. Walk well. I will send you on your way. When Zhao Kuan-shin saw that Qin Xiang's killing intent was set in stone, his body shook and trembled violently. The fear of death was extremely scary to him. Just as Zhao Kuan-shin wanted to shout, Qin Xiang's quick sword had already slashed over. The heavenly magic sword that was releasing divine fire cut him into pieces with a schwa sound. Looks like I won't be able to go to Heavenly Alchemy Divine Sect in the future. Fine, if this trip of Myriad Tao Mausoleum goes smoothly, I don't need to stay in Divine Wasteland at all. Qin Xiang missed his family and friends in the natural law world a lot. After killing Zhao Kuan-shin, he rushed back to the main road. He wanted to go to the middle of the Myriad Tao Mausoleum to take a look at the Heavenly Alchemy Stonewall-S techniques. Returning back to the largest Pa-S sage, Qin Xiang sped up his footsteps and rushed forward madly. The center of the Myriad Tao Mausoleum made him very curious, especially because there was a Heavenly Alchemy stone wall there, and the last part of the Heavenly Alchemy was on the stone wall. Although the last step was extremely difficult to learn, Qin Xiang still wanted to take a look. However, as he was running, he was suddenly startled by an extremely strong spatial wave. When he came to the Divine Wasteland, he very rarely met with spatial energy of this level. This was a very strong power of S.P. P-A-C. After Qinxiang was enveloped by the power of S. P-A-C. A flash of white light appeared in front of him, and then he arrived at a place filled with trees. Where is this place? Qinxiang took in a deep breath. The air inside was unexpectedly very fresh, possessing the smell of nature. It didn't seem like a dead, myriad Tao mausoleum at all. It was surrounded by evergreen ancient tree. The tree trunk was huge, and there were many vines wrapped around it. There were many complex and thick roots wrapped around the tree, causing it to look very old. Originally, he was in the myriad Tao mausoleum, but he suddenly came to a forest, which made Qinxiang puzzled. The weather was good, and the sun shone in, brightening up the forest. When Qinxiang was looking around, he sensed auras coming from all directions, so he immediately walked over quickly. In order to ensure his safety, he used invisibility. What surprised him was that he was not the only one who entered this place. Many other 6G. DS Stage S were also present. He saw a few 6G. DS Stage disciples present, who were also Zhao Clan S. Could it be that all of the 6G DS Stage have come here? Just like me, they also sensed an aura? Qinxiang asked curiously, as he quickly rushed to the place where the qi was being released. Soon he arrived. What was emitting his aura was a large black box. This box was located in ASP, a Sias area in the forest. At this time, many people were near the big box, and they were all from 4 great divine sects and his people. All of them were at 6G. DS Stage's level of cultivation. Everyone was discussing in low voices. They were all extremely surprised to be suddenly here. What was the reason that caused this? None of them knew. My friends, you have come from far away to partake. 1P8 in this game. Thank you very much. A voice came from mid-air, but Qinxiang could not see nor sense any of the people, so he did not sense it, but the person who spoke was powerful and had transmitted over here from another SPAC. Who are you? A big fellow shouted. We are returning to the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. This is the Myriad Tao Mausoleum, but you have moved to a different area. Welcome to the abyssal blue profound sea in the middle of the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. This is a small island on the abyssal blue profound sea. The voice laughed, as long as you partake. 1P8 in this game, it is possible to obtain a large number of Tao crystal. The most you can get is 1 trillion. Is this true? The big man asked happily. But the condition is that everyone has to partake. 1P8. If anyone refuses to partake. 1P8, you must kill that person. You can just call me Lan Hong Tao Priest. The voice of the Lan Hong Tao Priest was very kind, and also laughed, giving off a sense of righteousness. Right? There's still one more person hiding here. Hurry up and get him out, otherwise the game will not start. The Lan Hong Tao Priest said again. The person Lan Hong Tao Priest was talking about was Qinxiang. Suddenly coming to this Ned place, what game was he going to partake? 1P8 in? In order to understand what was going on, he had to appear. Seeing that someone had suddenly appeared, everyone could not help but take a deep breath. It was Qinxiang, and they did not know it. There were many people who recognized Qinxiang, especially the people from Heavenly Alchemy Divine Sect. All right, now that everyone's here, let's begin. There are many holes in the black box, so you guys can reach into the hole and grab a bead. When you guys get the bead, I'll tell you guys what to do next. The Lan Hong Tao Priest said. Everyone immediately walked over and surrounded the large black box. They reached into the small hole inside and pulled out a purple bead. There were a total of 1,300 people. Everyone was in an orderly manner, and they all quickly obtained a small purple bead. All right, I'll tell you the rules of the game now. The purple pearls that you have obtained have all fused with you. Once you all die, the pearls will become ownerless pearls. Lan Hong Tao Priest said, when these purple pearls are complete, their color will change into black and white. There are only 13 black of them, the rest are all white. If he killed the person holding the black pearl and took it, he would be able to obtain the 100 billion Tao crystal. Those who have the black pearl cannot kill their own kind. Those who have the black pearl are your own kind. Of course, if you kill a person with a white bead and get their ownerless white bead, you can earn 1 billion Tao crystal in exchange. The more you kill, the more you get. Hearing the rules of the Lan Hong Tao priest, everyone's heart shook. They actually wanted to kill each other. What if I don't kill him? Qin Xiang said. It doesn't matter if you don't kill them. You can leave here in a month anyway. If you don't want to kill them, you can choose to hide and wait until the game ends. The Lan Hong Tao priest laughed. How many Tao crystal you can obtain in this game all depends on you guys. Now I will begin to change the color of the purple pearls in your hands. After Lan Hong Tao priest finished speaking, the purple pearl in everyone's hands suddenly flashed with red light, and after the red light disappeared, the color changed. Qin Xiang looked at the pearl in his hand, and actually emitted waves of strange black light. Even though he was tightly holding it in his hand, the black pearl kept emitting black light, and he was unable to place it inside his storage S. P. A C and Divine Sense C. C. 2855. C. 2855. There were only 13 people who had obtained the black beads. The black beads in their hands shone with a black light, and it was quickly remembered by someone. Hee, don't throw away the pearl in your hands. The person who finds it can track the owner of the pearl based on its location. This is very dangerous. The Lan Hong Tao priest laughed. B-A-S-T-A-R-D. Qin Xiang couldn't help but curse in a low voice as he stuffed the bead back into his clothes, yet it still flickered with a black light. To his surprise, even if he went into stealth, the bead would still be able to glow with that strange black light. Qin Xiang did not partake. 1. P. 8 in the game for the sake of the Tao crystal. He did not lack Tao crystal now. He just wanted to return to the Pa-S Sageway quickly and head towards the middle of Myriad Tao Mausoleum. How could he have known that this game had such lousy rules, letting a large group of people chase after him? At this time, those who had obtained the Black Pearl were all feeling the same as Qin Xiang, extremely angry. Other than Qin Xiang, the others who had the Black Pearl were all very worried. The game starts now. Why aren't you running away from the Black Pearl? Are you waiting for death here? Seeing that no one was moving, the Lan Hong Tao priest hurried them. Just when everyone was indifferent, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of an old man with a black bead in the blink of an eye. Just when everyone was indifferent, a middle-aged man suddenly moved in front of an old man with a black bead in the blink of an eye. He picked it up. 1. Ben. Read? The novel's Black Pearl said, I have already obtained a Black Pearl. Where is my Tao crystal? Just as he finished speaking, the Black Pearl disappeared and a storage bag appeared in his hand. There is indeed 100 billion, haha. The middle-aged man laughed maniacally and immediately charged towards the other people with black beads in their hands. Then, some of the greedy people also started to kill. This guy is from Heavenly Alchemy Divine Sect. The person he killed just now is from Heaven's Mandate Divine Sects. Everyone must be careful. Don't offend the other divine sects. It was unknown who was the person who spoke, but in short, it was someone with a white bead in his hand. They were considered the safest. Qin Xiang realized that the people who received the Black Pearl were not weak. Seeing the group of greedy fellows Russ, H.I., plussing towards them, they all jumped and ran in different directions. Of course, they remembered these people who wanted to kill them. After the game was over, if they were still alive, they would definitely not let this bunch of white pearl people who wanted to kill them get away. Qin Xiang was the fastest as he left this place after a few moves. However, he discovered that the Black Pearl was extremely strange and was continuously releasing aura fluctuations. It was clear that it was attracting people over here, and he was unable to hide it at all. Qin Xiang held the Black Pearl in his hand and could clearly feel the movement of the white pearl, At this time, a few people rushed towards him. If these people want to kill me, then I won't be polite. No matter who they are, as long as they want to kill me, they will be killed. Chun Xiang took out the heavenly magic sword, but he was not invisible at the moment, so even invisibility was useless. The black pearl on his body continued to flash with a black light. That B-A-S-T-A-R-D Lan Hong Tao priest wants to kill me. Please don't let me meet you. Chun Xiang really hated the people who planned this game. Originally, he wanted to hurry up and head to the middle of Myriad Tao Mausoleum, but this guy suddenly pulled him here to play this deadly game. Chun Xiang was not afraid of battle. There were many in the late stage of 6G. DS stage here, but they were nothing to the current him because his cultivation was at the middle stage of 6G. DS stage, and he had opened up all the profound doors, so even if he did not go all out, killing those in the late stage of 6G. DS stage would not be a problem. It's from Zhao clan. Chun Xiang recognized him instantly. The guy raised by the Zhao clan is that greedy. When Chun Xiang saw that the other party had disappeared, he immediately teleported over. The man was shocked and immediately became alert. But Chun Xiang actually appeared behind him, and by the time he had reacted to it, he had already been cut in half by Chun Xiang's heavenly magic sword. B-A-S-T-A-R-D. You want to kill this old man? Enter. C-2856. C-2856 Chun Xiang was not easy to kill, and everyone knew about this. That was why the people from the Zhao clan went forward and thought that with just a few people they could kill Chun Xiang, but they didn't expect that Chun Xiang was already in the middle stage of the 6G. DS stage, making dealing with them easy. With the Black Pearl, he would attract many greedy people. Chun Xiang no longer planned to hide everywhere, but decided to stay here and wait for the person who wanted to kill him. Only the 6G, DS stage would be teleported here. As long as there were no Taizun realm S, Chun Xiang would be fearless. Even if the Taizun realm attacked him, he would be able to escape. And for those of the late stage of 6G, DS stage, there would only be death. Greed could make people take risks. Many people would bet that they could kill the person who had the Black Pearl and earn billions of Dao Crystal. But most of these people were dead, and were all killed by Chun Xiang. As long as the other people with the Black Pearl could sense that someone was nearby, they would immediately flee. It was very difficult to find them, but Chun Xiang was different. Chun Xiang was just waiting at one place, killing as many as he came. The middle-aged Zhao clan, who had obtained hundreds of billions of Dao Crystal, was also killed by Chun Xiang. Most people did not know that it was Chun Xiang. They only knew that it was someone with a Black Pearl who could obtain 1 trillion after killing the beast. But it was already too late when they got close. The moment Chun Xiang discovered that someone was approaching, that person would be deemed to be the one who came to kill him. Table of contents: the slaughter game had finally ended, and the forest had experienced many battles, but it seemed so quiet. Many people were killed here, but the forest still looked lively, as if the dead could bring life to the forest. Chun Xiang had killed a total of 300 white bead people, and all of them were here to kill him. He did not know what kind of sect they were from, but whoever came to kill him would definitely die. In this game, he was undoubtedly the biggest winner, with a total of 400 billion Dao Crystal. The game is over. You can go back now. Lan Hong, Tao priest, laughed out loud. You guys should be enjoying yourselves. If there's a chance next time, I'll invite you guys to partake. 1 P8 in the compet. 1 Tian. Goodbye. Everyone was elated as they waited for the transmission to complete. After a while, a white light flashed from their bodies and was sucked away by the power of SPAC. Chun Xiang felt the power of the spatial energy and suspected that the Lan Hong Tao priest was controlling the power of spatial energy. Lan Hong Tao priest's strength was actually this strong. His control over the use of spatial energy had also reached an extremely high realm. However, just when Chun Xiang thought that he could return to the main road, he realized that he was on an even smaller island. There could only be one house on this island, and he could see it all in one glance. There wasn't even anything on the bare island, so Chen Xiang shouted, "Lan Hong Tao priest, didn't you say that you can let me go back now?" "How did you get me here?" When they came here before, Lan Hong Tao priest had said that this place was called the unique blue profound sea. Chen Xiang looked around at the deep blue ocean surface of the ocean and thought that this place was indeed very strange. But it was definitely within Myriad Tao Mausoleum. "They can go back, but you can't." The voice of the Lan Hong Tao priest appeared behind his body. Chen Xiang turned around and saw an old man with blue hair, blue robe, and blue beard. Seeing Lan Hong Tao priest, Chen Xiang couldn't help but jump in fright. This was the first time he had seen someone like this, especially those weird blue-haired, blue-bearded, blue brows. His eyes were blue. Chen Xiang felt that this Lan Hong Tao priest might even have blue blood. "You are Lan Hong Tao priest? What exactly did you bring me here for?" Chen Xiang asked. He could not see the cultivation level of the Lan Hong Tao priest, but he felt fear in his heart, although the Lan Hong Tao priest looked strange. He was actually very strong. "You little rascal, you're quite a good seed. I'm going to take you in as my disciple." Lan Hong Tao priest cackled. His laughter was crafty. "What if I don't want to?" Chen Xiang did not have a good impression of the Lan Hong Tao priest. He must be an evil person to be able to create such a brutal scene, like a killing game. "If you don't want to, you have to die. I know very well what tricks you have up your sleeve. Don't think you can escape." Lan Hong Tao priest snickered. "What's so good about being your disciple?" Chen Xiang asked. "Right now, I have a very important matter. I don't know if you can help me." "There are definitely benefits. What important things do you have to do in this Myriad Tao Mausoleum?" "Don't tell me you're going to pick things up in here." Lan Hong Tao priest chuckled. "As long as you acknowledge me as your master, sign a blood contract with me, and become my disciple, I can give you anything you want." Was even more unwilling to acknowledge Yun Che as his master since they had to sign a blood contract. He had only intended to pretend to be his disciple in the first place before finding an opportunity to escape. "I need to go to the center of Myriad Tao Mausoleum. There's a very precious thing there. Can you take me with you? If you can bring me there, it means that you have sufficient strength. That's why I am willing to be your disciple." Chen Xiang guessed that the middle Myriad Tao Mausoleum was very scary. Sure enough, he saw Lan Hong Tao priest's expression change slightly, and he confirmed that Lan Hong Tao priest was extremely terrified of that place. About this, Lan Hong Tao priest hesitated. That place was truly dangerous for him. He himself had to consider it carefully, not to mention that he would need to bring Chen Xiang along. What's important in there to get? Lan Hong Tao priest had seen Chen Xiang's methods before. With his cultivation, he could see through Chen Xiang's potential even more. So he knew that Chen Xiang was very mysterious. There must be something in the Myriad Tao Mausoleum that was trying to attract Chen Xiang. Lan Hong Tao priest had also been in Myriad Tao Mausoleum for a long time. He was very clear that many of the people who had just arrived did not understand much about the Myriad Tao Mausoleum and did not know about the mysterious and terrifying region in the middle of Myriad Tao Mausoleum. "I don't know what my heavenly alchemy venerable ancestor left in there all those years ago, so I can only find out when we get there. I have the heavenly alchemy soul, so as long as I go there I will be able to sense it." Chen Xiang quickly made up a lie. Before, when the Lan Hong Tao priest was observing the battle, he had already felt the heavenly alchemy immortal power on Chen Xiang's body. At that time, he had also felt very surprised that there was actually someone who had fused the heavenly alchemy soul into their body. The people inside the Myriad Tao Mausoleum were rather familiar with the 4 great divine sects. After all, the 4 great divine sects had built a part of the Myriad Tao Mausoleum back then. "Fine, I'll bring you there. Once you arrive, you will willingly acknowledge me as your master." Lan Hong Tao priest considered for a moment before agreeing to Chen Xiang's request. Chen Xiang nodded his head. a blue light flashed on Lan Hong Tao priest's body, causing Chen Xiang's eyes to hurt from the blue light, his vision becoming completely blue. After the blue light disappeared, he looked around and actually returned to the wide Pa-S sage. "I hate this place." The Lan Hong Tao priest snorted, then fiercely grabbed onto Chen Xiang's shoulders and said, "I can bring you to the center of the compet. 1. Tie in very quickly. As long as you can get there, you will have to acknowledge me as your master." C. 2857. C. 2857, the Lan Hong Tao priest grabbed Chen Xiang's shoulder tightly and used the power of S.P.A.C., wasting his time in this Pa-S sage. It was just as Chen Xiang had guessed before. The Lan Hong Tao priest was able to use the extremely strong power of S.P.A.C. Just what is this guy's cultivation level? The use of the power of S.P.A.C. has already reached the acme of perfection. Then, what kind of place was that strange, blue profound sea from before? Chen Xiang was confused. When Lan Hong Tao priest brought Chen Xiang on the journey, he did not forget to hide. Although Lan Hong Tao priest was strong, he was still afraid of something here. Chen Xiang could feel that after Lan Hong Tao priest entered the tunnel, he seemed to be afraid of something. Could it be that he's worried about encountering danger entering the Myriad Tao Mausoleum? This fellow is so afraid to enter the heart of the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. Just why is he doing this? Chen Xiang could only think that he did not get an answer. An hour later, the Lan Hong Tao priest brought Chen Xiang to the end of the Pa-S sage. The lens of the Pa-S sage was a white light screen, and it was clear that as long as they entered the light screen, they would be able to reach the center of the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. Lan Hong Tao priest stood in front of the light screen and did not immediately go in. It was as if he was making a difficult decision. "What is it? Is there something in there that you're afraid of?" Chen Xiang laughed. "Isn't the power of S.P.A.C. very strong? Logically speaking, you shouldn't have to be afraid of anything." "Humph." Lan Hong Tao priest felt Chen Xiang's contempt for him and felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. After he let out a cold snort, he brought Chen Xiang and stepped into the white light curtain. After entering the white light screen, Chen Xiang immediately heard the chirping of birds. It was extremely lively. What appeared in front of him was not a dark and gloomy scene, but a garden with hundreds of flowers blooming in the sun. There were many birds perched on the branches of the trees, cheerfully jumping and jumping, and there were many colorful and beautiful flowers under the trees. Is this the center of Myriad Tao Mausoleum? Chen Xiang found it hard to believe that the center of this mysterious and terrifying Myriad Tao Mausoleum was actually such a beautiful scenery. "Not bad. You can acknowledge me as your master now," the Lan Hong Tao priest said, "but I have yet to confirm if this is the middle of Myriad Tao Mausoleum." Chen Xiang said, "Maybe it was you who brought me into some S.P.A.C.? How easy it is for you to use S.P.A.C. so well. Why would I lie to you? This is the center of Myriad Tao Mausoleum, although it looks beautiful, but here it's very scary." Lan Hong Tao priest said, "Hurry up and acknowledge me as your master." Just as he finished speaking, Chen Xiang had suddenly disappeared. Chen Xiang used all of his spatial energy and discovered that he was actually unable to teleport, but he was still able to escape at an extremely fast speed. Seeing Chen Xiang running away, Lan Hong Tao priest immediately scolded him and chased after him. Chen Xiang suddenly understood what the Lan Hong Tao priest was afraid of. Because teleportation was not allowed in this place, it was the energy that the Lan Hong Tao priest relied on the most. He never thought that Chen Xiang would actually be this cunning. He originally thought that if Chen Xiang was unable to use his spatial energy, it would be easy to chase after. But after chasing for a while, Lan Hong Tao priest knew that it was not easy. It was mainly because Chen Xiang knew how to use invisibility, and after invisibility, Lan Hong Tao priest needed to concentrate his spirit to sense Qin Xiang, but after sensing it, Qin Xiang ran a distance. This old B.A.S.T.A.R.D. is actually able to sense me after I've become invisible. He's quite amazing. If this goes on, I won't be able to do anything and will definitely be caught by him. Qin Xiang immediately changed his direction again. Lan Hong Tao priest was not able to continuously sense where he was, especially after he changed his direction. After half an hour, Lan Hong Tao priest was gradually familiarizing himself with the hidden Qin Xiang. Even if Qin Xiang suddenly changed his direction, he could still continue to sense where Qin Xiang was. Don't even think about escaping. Lan Hong Tao priest increased his speed. His hand shot out a ball of blue light that struck Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang's back was hit by the ball of blue light, and there was an aching pain, making him cry out involuntarily. What made him unbearable was after the pain drilled into the inside of his body, it actually swelled up, wanting to push his body apart, causing his body to swell uncomfortably. B.A.S.T.A.R.D. Qin Xiang suddenly jumped into the air and released the heavenly alchemy immortal power, forcing out all of the energy that entered his body. Heavenly alchemy seal go! Qin Xiang took out the heavenly alchemy seal that the Bat Super Venerable had given him and smashed down onto the Lan Hong Tao priest below. The seal of the heavenly alchemy seal lit up with a very big word, refined. It burned with a raging fire. Heavenly alchemy immortal power released waves of sound, and in the next moment it struck the ground and destroyed a large area of trees and flowers. The ground was scorched black. Lan Hong Tao priest, who was attacked by Qin Xiang, had his entire body burnt black, but he was completely fine when he got up. B.A.S.T.A.R.D. You're courting death. The Lan Hong Tao priest was very angry. His body turned into a blue rainbow, flew up from the ground, and smashed into Qin Xiang's body. Qin Xiang was not in time to dodge. He was struck by the blue rainbow. His body felt like it was about to explode, and he was also sent flying. At this time, his body was still wrapped in blue flames, and waves after waves of searing pain hit him, causing Qin Xiang to scream in pain. Lan Hong Tao priest was, after all, a middle-stage Taizun realm, and it was countless times stronger than Qin Xiang. Even if the Lan Hong Tao priest held back, when Qin Xiang received an attack, he would definitely be severely injured. Little thing, do you really think that my Lan Hong Tao priest is that easy to deal with? Lan Hong Tao priest laughed coldly and walked towards Qin Xiang. Just as Lan Hong Tao priest took 2 steps forward, his expression changed. He saw a purple net suddenly appear, trapping him inside. Lan Hong Tao priest immediately struggled. A blue light flashed on his body, and the blue flames continuously ignited, releasing wave after wave of boiling hot qi. However, the Lan Hong Tao priest was unable to break free from this huge net. Azure Blood Tribe member, you won't be able to escape. This is a purple deity's net that is meant for blue blood pigs. The one speaking was a man wearing purple clothes with a head of elegant purple hair. He slowly descended and slightly waved his hand, putting the purple net away into a purple box. The Lan Hong Tao priest was also taken in. The purple-haired man saw the blue flames burning in the distance. He lightly swept over and arrived beside Qin Xiang, who was currently being set ablaze by the blue flames. He should not be able to live anymore. Truly a fellow who doesn't know his own limits. He only has the cultivation of 6G, DS stage, but he wants to provoke a blue blood boar in the middle stage of the Taizun realm. He deserves to be killed. The purple-haired man floated into the air and then muttered to himself, "This person is a blood man, I'll send him off." With that, the purple-haired man threw a palm at Qin Xiang, which instantly flashed with purple light, causing the palm to hit the ground, causing a large piece of dirt to fly out. With a burst of purple gale, Qin Xiang disappeared. After the purple-haired man left, Qin Xiang slowly crawled back up. His body was already burnt black. This be A-S-T-A-R-D. I'll remember you. Don't let me meet you. Qin Xiang looked in the direction the purple-haired man disappeared in and took a deep breath. When the purple-haired man attacked, he immediately hid inside the chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace. Although the chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace was powerful. But after being hit by the palm, its entire body had cracked and had suffered severe injuries. C. 2858. C. 2858 Qin Xiang felt that if he could still live this time, then it would be with great luck. The Lan Hongtao priest was in the middle stage of the Taizun realm, and the purple-haired man who kidnapped the Lan Hongtao priest was in the late stage of the supreme realm. He felt that it was a miracle that he was still alive even after being attacked by these two. I never thought that there would be so many conflicts within the myriad Tao mausoleum. Could it be that there is a difference between the blue blood man and the blue blood man? Although Qin Xiang had just been injured by the Lan Hongtao priest, he could still see what was happening. He could clearly see the purple-haired man's appearance. He also had purple hair, purple eyebrows, and purple lips. The powers he used were also purple, and he even called Lan Hongtao priest a blue blood boar. Fortunately, he is still alive. Qin Xiang dragged his heavily injured body far away from the battlefield. He was worried that there would be people coming later. He had to admit that the internal world of the myriad Tao mausoleum was extremely beautiful. It did not look like a mausoleum, as he was currently recuperating by a small river. Although his body was charred black, his recovery ability was amazing. Under his healing, the charred skin automatically fell off, revealing a new, tender skin. Although it was a bit red after some time, it became as tender as white jade. The injuries on his body are nothing. The most important thing is the injuries on divine sense C. Qin Xiang originally thought that the middle stage of 6G, DS stage was already very strong, so even if he was injured, he wouldn't be that serious. Table of contents, but now he estimated that even if he had a strong recovery ability, it would still take him a long time to recover. We can only see if this reborn law beads has any effects. Qin Xiang looked at his own injured divine sense C. After his divine sense C gets injured, the profound entrances, Tao veins and spirit of the Tao Ji, DSS will all get heavily injured, which will seriously affect his power release. Previously, Lin Jitian was also in the same situation, causing his cultivation to be high. But because of the various injuries in the divine sense C, he was unable to unleash his strongest power, which required him to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time and recuperate. If I don't get out before the myriad Tao mausoleum doors close, I will be trapped inside right now. Qin Xiang looked around, and suddenly felt that there was nothing bad about it. It was just that there were too many powerful people. No matter what, I have to hurry up and heal my injuries. Qin Xiang estimated that even though he was injured, he could still refine a life law beads. There was one type of Tao meridian that was very similar to the life Tao meridian, the one that Jiang Xijing and the others had. However, the life Tao veins were a bit higher level than the reborn rule Tao line, and they were also more effective. Although there was a difference between the two, they could still coexist. Qin Xiang planned to let Jiang Xijing and the others cultivate the life veins, since they did not need to consume too much law beads S. As long as one of them managed to cultivate till the life veins, the other would be able to duplicate it. Qin Xiang quickly finished refining the 10 life law beads. After he ate them, he refined them for Jiang Xijing at the same time. A few days later, Jiang Xijing had also cultivated the way of life, and she had started to learn the twin life arts with Jiang Ximei, which she then said down to him. Qin Xiang needed to raise his strength now, as 6G. DS stage was simply too weak here. It was not even enough for a single finger from the Taizun realm. Therefore, he needed the Mei Jing sisters' power to grow medicinal herbs. This way, he could quickly reach the peak of 6G. DS stage. Although it was still not Taizun realm, his strength had at least increased a lot. At that time, he would have enough strength to protect himself. Mei Jing sisters was currently in charge of Ma S. planting the cultivation of the Taiji Yuan Shindan's medicine, while Chen Xiang was using the life force released by his life force to heal his injuries. In this kind of slumber, time Pa S said very quickly. Chen Xiang didn't feel the Pa S, sage of time at all, and when he woke up, Jiang Xijing actually told him that 10 years had Pa S said. Chen Xiang could not believe that he had actually stayed here for 10 years. How can this be? Chen Xiang let out a long sigh. 10 years of Guanyin was gone just like that. It is already good enough that you can cure your injuries. Jiang Xijing laughed. We have already grown a lot of medicinal herbs, and they have all been improved by us. When will you start refining Taiji Yuan Shindan? There are a lot of medicinal ingredients. Yeah, just eating these ingredients is enough for us to step into the late stage of 6G. Oh, DS stage! Jiang Ximei said. When you refine it, you do not need to refine our portion. To be able to achieve a breakthrough just by eating medicinal herbs, it goes to show how much they have eaten. When Chen Xiang entered the Yu Yao mountain villa, he saw that there were indeed a lot of Taiji Yuan Shindanas there. There were hundreds of mu of them, and the two sisters had even eaten a lot. All right, I will start refining now. After getting beaten up by 2 Taizun realm S, I am considered lucky enough that I didn't die. Using 10 years to heal my injuries is also nothing. Chen Xiang immediately began to refine Taiji Yuan Shindan. After half a year, he finally stepped into the late stage of 6G, DS stage, and after consuming the remaining large amount of medicinal ingredients, he finally stepped into the peak of 6G, DS stage. With the fusion of the 6G, ODS, you can enter the Taizun realm. Chen Xiang felt that he was just a bit behind, but it wasn't easy fusing the 6G, ODS. Grandmother said that when I was at the peak of 6G, DS stage, I would need to ask a few seniors of the Taizun realm for help. Asking them about their experience when stepping into the Taizun realm is useless eating medicinal pellets. Jiang Ximei said, when I was at another realm, many people also said that eating medicinal pills was useless. However, I was always able to concoct a useful pill, Chen Xiang curled his lips and said, now, let's see if we can return to the Flying Dragon Pag. And see if we can find suitable medicinal ingredients there. Chen Xiang really wanted to return, but he remembered that when he came to the middle of Myriad Tao Mausoleum, he did not see the path of retreat, and Lan Hong Tao Priest did not tell him either. This is trouble. How do I get back? Chen Xiang looked around and felt depressed. He remembered that when he first entered, Lan Hong Tao Priest was the one who brought him through the end of the huge Pa's sage and into the white light screen. He arrived at the beautiful forest. At that time, he also did not see a way back. I can only look around to see if there is anyone else here. Right now, I am a mutant, so I have to be careful. Chen Xiang heard the purple-haired man call him this before. Chen Xiang carefully walked through the forest. Even though he had used an invisibility spell, he was still worried. He saw some small animals in the forest, but they were very strange animals, such as rabbits, which were red, purple, and blue, and white and black, but there were few of them. A few days later, Chen Xiang was still in the forest and had not left it. He did not know how big the forest was, but just when he was annoyed, a pink light suddenly flashed in front of him. Is it pink this time? Chen Xiang anxiously hid himself, hiding in the big tree, looking at the direction where the light aura was coming from. C. 2859. C. 2859. Chen Xiang had seen the purple blood man and the blue blood man before, so he didn't think it was strange to see them again. He was just curious about what was going on with the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. How could there be such a different blood-colored race within them, and how much conflict there was between them? After Chen Xiang hid himself, he confirmed that his own aura was not revealed, and carefully approached the direction of the pink-colored light. When he approached, he saw a few pink-haired men attacking a golden boar. The golden wild boar's body had many wounds, and golden blood was flowing out. This made Qin Xiang think that this wild boar definitely belonged to the Golden Blood tribe. As long as we capture this wild boar, we will definitely be rewarded. Our pink race has not caught a Golden Blood divine pig for a long time. A man laughed. These men's bodies were all pink. They looked very strange. Their attire was very ugly. Qin Xiang felt that they were very ugly like this. These guys are all in the late stage of 6G. Oh, DS stage, but they look like small fries. Is the cultivation of the late stage 6G. Oh, DS stage, so worthless here? Qin Xiang himself was also at the peak of the late stage of 6G. Oh, DS stage. But he felt that dealing with these pink men in front of him shouldn't be a problem. Even if it was the early stage of the Taizun realm, he dared to take this risk. If it was the Lan Hong Tao priest who was a powerful mid-stage overlord, he would not dare to take this risk, but at least he wouldn't get beaten up so badly like last time. Asterisk. Table of contents. Ibdu Qin Xiang observed the fight between Pink Blood Man and the Golden Wild Boar. Their attacks were rather monotonous, releasing BALLs of pink light from their hands and striking the Golden Boar's body, but the pink light BALLs were still very strong. They were extremely cohesive and would not cause too much trouble. The Golden Blood Divine Pig was also very powerful. Under this siege, it was still alive and running around. The blood was thick and golden everywhere, but it did not fall. Soldier skill! A pink-blooded man shouted. A pink-colored red light appeared in his hand, and he instantly turned into a pink-colored long sword. The others followed suit and used their pink-colored energy to form a weapon, Rus. HI, plusing towards the gold-blood divine pig. Qin Xiang could finally see that their attacks were a little tricky. To condense the spirit qi in his body into a weapon was quite easy for Qin Xiang. He had done this before. The person approaching was not weak. Although he was only at the late stage of 6G. Oh, DS stage, his sharp aura was much stronger than the few pink bloodman-s who were slaughtering pigs below him. The few pink bloodman-s also sensed the qi. One of them anxiously shouted, "It's the purple bloodman. We can't win against them. Although there are only 2 of them, let's run." They had killed Golden Blood Divine Pig for so long, they should not have given up. But now, in order to avoid the purple blood man, they had chosen to flee. However, they were already too late. 2 purple lights flew over and directly struck the pink blood man-s, and then a purple explosion occurred, setting off a purple gale. So powerful, there's only one left. Qin Xiang was extremely shocked. Just as he arrived, he had already killed a few pink blood man-s. Qin Xiang suddenly understood. The color of blood meant that he had become stronger, and from the looks of it, purple blood and gold blood were the stronger ones. You all, this is not your purple blood man's territory. Why must you be so cruel to us? The pink blood man roared in anger. He knew that he was dead meat. He did not struggle, nor did he run. Qin Xiang quietly flew in the air and carefully arrived behind the 2 purple blood man-s. He took out the heavenly magic sword, and just as a surge of energy was about to attack the 2 purple blood man-s, the heavenly magic sword in Qin Xiang's hands fiercely thrust forward, and instantly pierced the 2 of them dozens of times. The important meridians in purple blood man's body had all been pierced by Qin Xiang, and the purple droplets of force that they wanted to release came out of those wounds, causing even more damage to them. This was because the tibia parts of their bodies had already shattered from the impact. The pink blood man was already prepared to die, but he never thought that such a thing would suddenly happen. The 2 incomparably powerful and extremely brutal purple blood men in front of him suddenly fell to the ground with serious injuries. Qin Xiang immediately appeared and looked at the 2 men covered in purple blood on the ground. He sneered, then extended his hand and pressed it on the heads of the 2 men. What a strange feeling. Their memories can't be read. What is going on? Qin Xiang tried again, but it still could not succeed. Brother, are you using a soul search technique to read their memories? The pink blood man asked. Not bad, but it didn't succeed. What's going on? Qin Xiang immediately looked towards Pink Blood Man was extremely grateful to Qin Xiang in his heart, because Qin Xiang had saved him. Otherwise, he would have died. Let's go. These guys' souls are bound. When you read their memories, their masters will definitely sense it and rush here immediately. Pink Blood Man hastily said, Big brother, let's go. Qin Xiang nodded and threw the 2 half-dead Purple Blood Man into the furnace to burn them, then said, Where is the safest place? You should be very familiar with this place. All right, follow me. With that, the Pink Blood Man started running. Qin Xiang followed behind him and took care of all the remaining auras in the Pink Blood Man. Otherwise, they would be traced back, and this Pink Blood Man did not even know how to do such a thing. No wonder the other Purple Blood Man would find out. A few hours later, Pink Blood Man brought Qin Xiang to the side of a large tree. Then they entered the trunk of the large tree and went from the trunk to the stone room under the ground. This is my hiding place. I hope those Purple Blood Man don't find us here. The Pink Blood Man was crouching in a corner. At this moment, he was feeling very sad after all his comrade had died. What's your name? Qin Xiang asked. They won't find us here. You don't have to worry. I'm Feng Shui. What about you, big brother? Feng Shui suddenly remembered that he had not thanked Qin Xiang yet, and immediately thanked him. Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang smiled at him slightly. Can you tell me about the Purple Blood Man? I have also been injured by a Purple Blood Man before, but I don't really understand them. The Myriad Tao Mausoleum is actually a gigantic heavenly prison. There are many prisoners locked inside, all of them coming from different worlds of the Myriad Tao. Most of them are guilty of heinous crimes. This group of people are called the Blood Color Clan. The Blood Color Clan used to be very harmonious, but because of some matters, they're now Purple Blood Man, Blue Blood Man, and many other races. C. 2860. C. 2860 Qin Xiang had previously heard from Time, Ghost, that the people being held by the Myriad Tao Mausoleum were all very powerful. However, the question was, who is it that had imprisoned him here? Because of the jade of their bloodline, the blood race is divided into different grades. Amongst them, gold, purple, white, and black are the 4 most powerful bloodline races. As for the other colors, their blood is about the same. Feng Shui was extremely confused. Therefore, every time we see them, we would avoid them from afar. Why did they want to kill you? Qin Xiang was confused by this. The last time Lanhong Tao Priest was seen by Purple Blood Man, they were all taken away. Right now, the purple, gold, white, and black races are the strongest, and the other blood red races are all going to become their slaves. We were unwilling, so we decided to leave and form a small race. That's why once we go out and are discovered by those violet gold people, we aren't captured. We are killed because we are all seen by them as fleeing slaves. Feng Shui sighed sorrowfully. Purple, gold, white, and black, these 4 blood-colored races were actually so powerful. Even someone like the Lanhong Tao Priest was only a slave. Myriad Tao Mausoleum is really scary. Other than the 4 races, are there any other powerful forces? Qin Xiang asked. Of course. The Divine Ghost Empire was one of the stronger empires here. Even the purple, gold, white, and black empires did not dare to provoke them. Even if the Divine Ghost Empire's Ghost Emperor was in deep sleep, no one would dare to enter their territory and then kill the Flying Dragon Ghost Realm. This is an extremely terrifying place, filled with dragons and very, very powerful. And then we saw that the White Bones Imperial was filled with a group of white skeletons, the most evil ones and also extremely powerful. However, it was quite far from us, and in the middle of the Myriad Tao Mausoleum, were called the Colorful Forest, the most beautiful place. When Qin Xiang came in, he was also surprised by the beauty of the place, but he didn't expect that there would also be an extremely cruel law of survival here. Feng Shui Nan, have you heard of the natural law divine Lord's matter? Qin Xiang asked. Originally, he only wanted to test his luck to see if this natural law divine Lord was famous here. He calls himself the Natural Law Divine Lord and is also called the Heavenly Lawbone King. He is rather special. When he first came in, he was in the Divine Ghost Empire, and after he was AS, signed the Divine Ghost Empire to enter the White Bones Imperial, where he trained in the White Bone method and became the White Bone King. He is very powerful. This Natural Law Divine Lord actually had such a position. Then what kind of strength is it? Qin Xiang had previously estimated that the Natural Law Divine Lord was a Tai Zun realm, but now it seemed that it was definitely not what he had imagined. It said that he's from the Venerable Ancestor realm. I'm not sure either. Feng Shui then shook his head. In the myriad Tao Mausoleum, out of the 4 forces, only Divine Ghost Imperial Country is a blood person like you, and the others are not. In the 2 tunnels, the Time Ghost had once mentioned the Ghost Emperor. Why are there so many powerful people locked up in myriad Tao Mausoleum? What are they doing? Qin Xiang asked. Some were attracted here, while others were locked in here from the very beginning. In short, there are many strong fellows who are unable to leave this place. This is all for the sake of stability outside. Feng Shui then said, I heard that as long as it's an expert outside, they will definitely come to this place and be locked inside. It will be very difficult to leave this place. As for whether it is true or not, I am not sure. But there are a lot of experts who are unable to leave, but there are also some who can leave. The Heavenly Alchemy Venerable Ancestor had been here many times, and Qin Xiang had heard the great clan elders say that it was true. On the other hand, Natural Law Divine Lord only imprisoned him once, and that was indeed strange. Qin Xiang suspected that myriad Tao Mausoleum would only imprison some evil people to prevent them from disturbing the outside world. Then do you know where the Heavenly Alchemy Stonewall are? Qin Xiang had originally wanted to look for the Natural Law Divine Lord, but after knowing that the Natural Law Divine Lord was powerful, he immediately gave up on that idea. He couldn't even beat a Tai Zun realm purple blood man, much less a White Bones Imperial's White Bone King. Therefore, going to the Heavenly Alchemy Stonewall now was the most important thing for Qin Xiang. Learning the Heavenly Alchemy on the Heavenly Alchemy Stonewall would increase his own strength. Heavenly Alchemy Stonewall? Of course I know that there aren't many people in myriad Tao Mausoleum who don't know about the Heavenly Alchemy Stonewall. It's a very famous place, but it's also very dangerous and many people die there every day. When Feng Shui then talked about Heavenly Alchemy Stonewall, he also felt a bit of fear. Big brother, where are you going? Well, can you tell me how to get there? Qin Xiang had already known that Heavenly Alchemy Stonewall were not simple. Now that Feng Shui then had said this, he had a deeper understanding of Heavenly Alchemy Stonewall less. Many people died there. It was clear that they went there to learn the Heavenly Alchemy. However, they did not learn it. Of course you can, but big brother, you must be careful without your cultivation level in the Tai Zun realm. Heading to the Heavenly Alchemy Stonewall will not be a good thing. After that, he took out a map and indicated a general direction. The only thing on the map was the colorful forest, and in the middle of the colorful forest was a 7-colored river. Following the directions of the 7-colored river's flow, one would be able to reach the area where the Heavenly Alchemy Stonewall resided, and the 7-colored river's end was very close to the Heavenly Alchemy Stonewall. Qin Xiang left Feng Shui Nan's underground room and used his fastest speed to head towards the Rainbow River. At this time, he had an even greater yearning towards the Heavenly Alchemy Stonewall, and he didn't know why he suddenly became so fanatical. It was probably because the Heavenly Alchemy soul in his body had affected him. A day passed, said, and Qin Xiang finally saw the Rainbow River. The river water of the Rainbow River wasn't of 7 colors, but under the sunlight, it looked like a rainbow from high up in the sky. When the river fell, the water was clear and colorless. The river flowed very slowly and the water was very clear. One could occasionally see many fish swimming in groups within the river. These fish swam in groups. Each group had a different color. This was also a beautiful scene within the river. After Chen Xiang became invisible, he quickly followed the flow of the river and flew towards the end of the Rainbow River, where the legendary Heavenly Alchemy stone wall would appear. C. 2861. C. 2861, the Heavenly Alchemy stone wall S had a great influence within the myriad Tao mausoleum. Feng Shui then told him that many people obtained a strong power because of the Heavenly Alchemy stone wall. For example, the natural law divine lord back in the day, because he had studied the cultivation methods of the Heavenly Alchemy stone wall, he had become stronger, and after entering the White Bones Imperial, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, becoming one of the top 10 White Bone Kings. Many famous rankers in the myriad Tao mausoleum had benefited from the Heavenly Alchemy stone wall before, and many of them had ordinary apartment tudes to begin with. However, after comprehending the contents of the Heavenly Alchemy stone wall, they had become extremely strong overnight, killing those who had mocked him before. All of these miracles that had truly happened made many people want to go to the Heavenly Alchemy stone wall no matter what. As a result, all sorts of battles happened all the time, resulting in many people dying miserable deaths. Chen Xiang had already flown above the SHORE of the Rainbow River for 2 days now. At this time he was still very far from the Heavenly Alchemy stone wall, and thus he was unable to use his spatial energy. At night, when Chen Xiang was flying, he suddenly saw a little purple light in front of him. He saw purple in the colorful forest. The first place was the Purple Blood Man. Purple Blood Man was very strong, especially when they could fly in the air. Those that could fly were usually at least at the Tai Zun realm level, and only a few respected 6G DS stage were able to use flying Dao veins to fly in the air. Could it be the Purple Blood Man? I have to be careful. Chen Xiang also did not dare to go closer. He even slowed down his speed to keep a distance from those purple spots of light. Now that he had not been discovered, he could no longer guarantee if he got a little closer. If he met an extremely powerful Purple Blood Man and was discovered, they would be able to fly over at an extremely fast speed. Chen Xiang could not use teleportation, and it would be extremely dangerous by then. Could it be that they want to go to the Heavenly Alchemy stone wall as well? This is not a good thing. Chen Xiang had currently run into the Purple Blood Man. His strength was limited. He did not want to be injured again, and then recover for more than 10 years. This was truly a waste of time. We can only talk after we reach the Heavenly Alchemy stone wall. They still won't be able to discover me. Chen Xiang became even more careful. Ever since he raised his cultivation to the peak of the late stage of 6G DS stage, the moment he used the counter power to hide himself, it was even more difficult to be discovered. He was sure that even if it was the Lan Hong Tao priestess, it would still be very difficult to detect him. These BASTARDS, when I get stronger, I will definitely take care of them one by one. Chen Xiang hated Purple Blood Man very much. Back then, that purple-haired man gave him a palm strike for no reason and seriously injured him. At that time, he had felt himself to be an ant that could not be resisted. Recalling that experience, he wished that he could find the purple-haired man and ruthlessly trample him. Chen Xiang followed for 5 days and was finally about to fly out of the colorful forest. Outside the colorful forest was an extremely desolate place, and there were large, bald, stone mountains everywhere. Upon entering the area, Chen Xiang immediately felt a bitter aura of death rush towards him. How many people had died in this place when there was so much aura of death? Feeling the threatening death aura, Chen Xiang knew that the Heavenly Alchemy stone wall was getting closer. At that time, even he himself did not know how dangerous it would be. Sensing the death aura that had settled in, Chen Xiang broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that he would die here as well. Hence his resentment would turn into death aura and precipitate in here. After the Rainbow River entered this area, it was still as clear as ever. There were no rainbow fish in the river, but there were many bones deep within the river. As Chen Xiang flew across the surface of the river, he could see many bones at the bottom of the river. They were actually piled full up at the bottom, which made Chen Xiang's scalp go numb. This myriad Tao mausoleum is really a mausoleum. There are dead people everywhere. When Chen Xiang flew past a mountain, he saw that the surface of the mountain was filled with white skulls. Many of the huge mountains in the heavenly alchemy stone wall were formed from white bones. Now Chen Xiang believed it. Following that, not only did Chen Xiang discover that there were a lot of bones in the gigantic mountain, there were also a large amount of bones in the ground. Not only were there bones of humans, there were also various types of bones in the beasts, but they were all covered by a thick layer of soil. Terrifying. Chen Xiang no longer looked down. If he continued like this, it would affect his condition. He had never felt this sort of inexplicable fear before. In the afternoon, the sun was scorching the ground, causing the death aura to become even more oppressive, causing Chen Xiang to be unable to endure the pressure, finding it hard to breathe. Under the sultry atmosphere, the cold wind suddenly blew, making Chen Xiang feel cool. He secretly praised in his heart, but just as he was praising, the purple blood man in front of him suddenly stopped. Purple Blood Clan, you should know that this is the White Bones Imperial's territory. You guys are not giving us any face by coming in so majestically. Hearing that, Chen Xiang's heart trembled. This place was actually the White Bones Imperial. Previously, Feng Shui didn't tell him that the heavenly alchemy stonewall was inside the White Bones Imperial. We are only flying above the Rainbow River. This does not belong to your White Bones Imperial. Furthermore, you should be well aware of our goal. The voice that came out was very familiar to Chen Xiang. It was the purple-haired man that took Lan Hong Tao priest away earlier. Chen Xiang was still quite a distance from the group of people in front of him. Their bodies were S-H-I plus-ning with a purple light, making it impossible to see their appearances clearly. However, he saw that the person from the White Bones Imperial was actually a very large skeletal man. He was walking out from the ground, and there were also many small skeletal men behind him with snow-white long blades in his hands. This skeletal man was very big, at least as tall as 3 ordinary people. The bones on her body was gray. Her eyes had 2 golden eyes, A-L-L-S, and they emitted a golden light. It was obvious that this giant skeletal man was very strong. You guys are also joining in on the liveliness of the heavenly alchemy stonewall. Now that the Leader S, Hall Masters, and Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable S are all there, it's hard to say if you will be able to come back alive. Although he wanted to kill a skeleton, his voice was still quite pleasant to hear. You don't have to worry so much. In short, we didn't cause any trouble on your territory. Since we're on our way, we won't talk to you any longer. After the violet-haired man finished speaking, he began to fly away. Chen Xiang did not fly with him. He waited until the giant skeletal man drilled into the ground before he carefully took note of it. The 4 great divine sects was still inside, which made him feel a lot more at ease. C-2862. C-2862 Chen Xiang could no longer see the purple blood man, but the presence they left behind was still floating above the Rainbow River. Chen Xiang increased his speed and flew above the Rainbow River. He was already impatient to head to the heavenly alchemy stonewall. Knowing that the 4 great divine sects were all at the heavenly alchemy stonewall's side, Chen Xiang felt more relaxed. This way, when he went to the heavenly alchemy stonewall, it would be much safer. When he was in heavenly alchemy divine sect, he had gained quite a bit of fame. The heavenly alchemy divine sect's leader would definitely recognize him, and he felt that the heavenly alchemy divine sect's leader would take care of him at that time. The White Bones Imperial was filled with bones, as if everyone in this vast world had died here. Why is the heavenly alchemy stonewall in the White Bones Imperial? From beginning to end, Chen Xiang could not believe that all of the people here had died because of the heavenly alchemy stonewall. In the White Bones Imperial, any random digging could dig out a human head. It was simply filled with white bones. Chen Xiang increased his speed and flew. Half a day later, he suddenly saw a piece of green land in front of him. From time to time, there would be the cries of birds. When they got close, they could smell the strong scent of life, full of vitality, which was out of place for the death aura in the White Bones Imperial. The Rainbow River was also precisely flowing into this oasis. Could the heavenly alchemy stone wall be inside? Qin Xiang looked at the 4 directions outside the oasis. There were many short mountains, and these short mountains were also piled with many white bones. Forget it. Let's go in and take a look. Qin Xiang flew above the Rainbow River and quickly entered the oasis. The moment he entered the oasis, he felt that the entire oasis seemed to be covered by a barrier. However, the barrier didn't have any special power. It was just a faint aura. What is the use of this spirit formation? Qin Xiang was free to enter and exit at this time. There weren't any restrictions on the barrier. Only after entering the oasis did he find out the use of the enchantment. The enchantment could only stop the death aura outside, and at the same time, it also released a dense life force to nourish the oasis and enliven it. The 2 banks of the river were the most beautiful, with all kinds of beautiful flowers and herbs. As dusk approached, the flowers and plants here shot out beautiful lights, causing the previously clear river to become colorful. For a heavenly alchemy stone wall to stay in such a beautiful place, Qin Xiang was very familiar with it. He had previously heard that the surrounding area of the heavenly alchemy stone wall was filled with corpses. Late at night, Qin Xiang was flying in the forest. In front of him, he could see a weak golden light and a faint heavenly alchemy immortal power coming from it, causing his entire body to tremble. The heavenly alchemy stone wall was right in front of them. When he got closer, he saw many people along with the heavenly alchemy stone wall. The heavenly alchemy stone wall was not that big. It was like the mountain walls of a small mountain, and that small mountain was only the size of an ordinary house. The only lush green thing on this small mountain was a bare mountain wall, and the bare mountain wall was currently glowing with a golden light. To be exact, the reason why the stone wall could emit light was because the 2 words heavenly refining were glowing. The heavenly alchemy stone wall's mountain was located on a prairie, but no one approached the prairie. On the contrary, many people were currently sitting cross-legged on the ground outside the prairie, staring at the small mountain. Are they all comprehending the heavenly alchemy inside the heavenly alchemy stone wall? Qin Xiang slowly descended to the ground. He realized that the people here were all very harmonious, and there weren't any conflicts. He searched for the group of purple bloodmen in the crowd and quickly found them. These purple bloodmen were all standing at the edge of the GRA. Sland, seemingly discussing something. What are they going to do? Qin Xiang saw that some of the people had also stood up, staring angrily at the group of purple bloodman. Qin Xiang watched from the side and suddenly saw the Heavenly Alchemy Divine sect standing up. He had also sat down on the ground and started to comprehend the Heavenly Alchemy seriously. Blood Violet clan, behave yourselves. Heavenly Alchemy sect leader shouted in a low voice and walked over. After all, he was a leader of the Heavenly Alchemy Divine sect. As he cultivated in the Heavenly Alchemy, everyone there would be respectful towards him. Even though you are a leader of the Heavenly Alchemy Divine sect, the Heavenly Alchemy Stonewall is not yours. What do you want me to do? The purple-haired man sneered. We are going to go in now and destroy the Heavenly Alchemy Stone Wall. With that, the few powerful purple blood man turned into a red light and rushed towards the Heavenly Alchemy Stone Wall. You bunch of idiots! Are Heavenly Alchemy Stone Walls so easy to destroy? The Heavenly Alchemy sect leader did not stop him and stood there sneering. Boo! After the few purple blood men rushed over, their strong power struck the Heavenly Alchemy Stone Wall, but it only caused a loud explosion. On the other hand, the Heavenly Alchemy Stone Wall did not sustain any damage. The most terrifying thing was that the berserk power unleashed by these powerful purple bloodmen were actually all absorbed by the Heavenly Alchemy Stone Wall. Long before this batch of purple bloodmen there had been many people who had attacked the Heavenly Alchemy Stone Wall, and the results were the same, unable to shake this mysterious and powerful heavenly alchemy stone wall. Qun Xiang was curious. All of the Purple Blood Man-s were only at Supreme Realm, with the strongest being at late period of Taizun Realm, while the Heavenly Alchemy Sect Leader-s were at the Ancestor Realm. So the Purple Blood Man-s were not even afraid of the Heavenly Alchemy Sect Leader-s. How exactly do you want to comprehend the Heavenly Alchemy Stone Wall? Let me take a closer look. Qun Xiang looked at the word Heavenly Refining on the Heavenly Alchemy Stone Wall. What shocked him was, even though the Purple Blood Man were continuously attacking the Heavenly Alchemy Stone Wall, the word Heavenly Refining could still clearly be seen from the start. As long as he stared at the two words on the stone wall, everything else would disappear. Right now, he could no longer see the Purple Blood Man, nor the mountain, nor the lush green GRA's land. He could no longer see the people around him. Boo! Oh. Suddenly, the word Heavenly Refining exploded in front of Qun Xiang's eyes, causing him to come back to his senses. He looked around, then looked at the Heavenly Alchemy Stone Wall and saw that everything was exactly the same. Comprehension failed. Qun Xiang took a deep breath and asked Mei Jing's sisters. Only then did he find out that 10 days had passed. There were more and more people surrounding the GRA's land, and there were also some people in the GRA's land. There were more than 10 Purple Blood Man-s and Heavenly Alchemy Sect Leader-s inside. What are they doing? Qun Xiang immediately asked a sober old man beside him. The revered ancestors of the Purple Blood Clan have come. I wonder what kind of madness they are going through to destroy the Heavenly Alchemy Stone Wall. But they did not succeed. Heavenly Alchemy Sect Leader will go and stop them now. The old man said, "These guys are really full." The Purple Blood Clan's ancestor was a purple-haired old man. He was very tall and thin, and a huge ball of purple light condensed in his hand. Enough! If you want to destroy the Heavenly Alchemy Stone Wall, don't you want to make the other low-leveled races stronger because of the Heavenly Alchemy Stone Wall? How laughable to actually enslave another blood-colored race for a lifetime. The Heavenly Alchemy Stone Wall are unable to be destroyed, and doing so would be useless. Heavenly Alchemy Sect Leader's body shook. He opened his palm, and a small golden bell appeared. After the small bell rang, a berserk Heavenly Alchemy immortal power shook the bell, shaking the entire world. The Heavenly Refining Leader was already angry, as the Heavenly Refining Divine Sects. Being in charge of protecting the Heavenly Refining Stone Wall was one of his duties. The people in front of him continuously attacked the Heavenly Refining Stone Wall, and he could no longer tolerate it. The updates were quick. The Heavenly Refining Leader was already angry, as the Heavenly Refining Divine Sects, being in charge of protecting the Heavenly Refining Stone Wall was one of his duties. The people in front of him continuously attacked the Heavenly Refining Stone Wall, and he could no longer tolerate it. The updates were quick. You bunch of bastards. I can only beat you up to make you listen to me. After the Heavenly Sword Leader finished speaking, the little bell in his hand flew out and floated in the air. The small bell continued to shake, and then it suddenly became extremely huge, as if it was a huge mountain floating above the stone wall. Dong! Dong! When the Divine Refining Tool was shaking, it released waves of terrifying sound waves. That wave of vibrating power pierced through the barrier of the stone wall. When many people heard this, they felt as if their heads were about to shatter and were in incomparable pain. Qun Xiang immediately released his divine might to protect himself, but was shaken by the sound and felt no pain at all. Everyone present quickly used their power to stop the sound from attacking his divine sensei, and the GRA's land enveloped by the sound wave was the most terrifying, especially the Purple Blood Man inside. Even if they were late period of Taizun Realm S, after being hit by the sound wave, they all spat out blood and fell to the ground. Only the Purple Blood Man with a revered cultivation could withstand it, and it was extremely strenuous. Qun Xiang suddenly realized something strange. Although the heavenly refining leader did not release his Tao energy, his heavenly refining divine bell was supported by an extremely strong wave of heavenly refining Tao energy. Otherwise, if they were similarly revered ancestors, the ancestor of the purple blood man wouldn't have been suppressed like this. Chun Xiang looked at the heavenly smelting stone wall and suddenly understood. At this time, the heavenly smelting stone wall was giving the heavenly smelting leader's divine tool a huge amount of heavenly smelting Tao power, and the heavenly refining leader only controlled the bell to attack the purple blood man below. At this moment, many people began to retreat. The sound of the bell ringing was too terrifying, and it was difficult for them to resist. They could only stay far away from this place. Such battles frequently occurred on the stone wall, so they weren't surprised at all. If they didn't leave by then, they would definitely be killed. Although everyone was far away from the prairie, they could still see the heavenly refining leader attacking the purple blood man. The Grand Elder's cultivation level was not his opponent at all, so he could not even withstand a single blow. If not for the ancestor level purple blood man helping them withstand the sonic wave, they would have been crushed into pieces by the sonic wave right now. Chun Xiang was still at the side of the prairie. After he used divine might to protect his body, that sound wave did not have any effect on him. He was surprised to find that even if he got a little closer, there was no problem. This B-A-S-T-A-R-D, here's my chance to kill you. Chun Xiang looked at the purple-haired man who was kneeling on the ground. Previously, the purple-haired man had given him a ruthless slap. Chun Xiang suddenly flew in, shocking them. What was even worse, after Chun Xiang came in, he rushed towards the purple-haired man at an extremely fast speed and swung his sword towards the purple-haired man's neck. He was even using the D-slaying sword technique. No one had expected that a fellow would suddenly appear and unleash such a sharp attack, instantly decapitating the purple-haired man. After the purple-haired man was beheaded, he lost the power to resist the sound wave. His body and head were instantly turned into mist by the wild sound released by the bell. Chun Xiang. Although he had never spoken to Chun Xiang before, he knew about Chun Xiang's existence. The fact that Chun Xiang was able to resist the powerful sound waves coming in caused many people to be shocked. Even if it was your ancestor, it was not easy to perfectly kill him as if he was a fish in water. Chun Xiang smiled at the heavenly refining leader, and in a flash he arrived in front of Supreme Elder Zishui. Was not even far from being a sovereign right now, and his strength was still too weak. If he entered, he would not be able to harm Supreme Purple Blood in the slightest. Little B-A-S-T-A-R-D. Supreme Violet Blood Ancestor was furious. As he roared, his body flashed with purple light, and a beam of light suddenly shot out from his head. It struck the divine bell floating above him, producing a loud clanging sound as the bell was also sent flying by the purple light. Not only did a little kid kill his disciple, he even wanted to kill him. He used all his strength and sent the bell flying, then smashed it towards Chun Xiang, was stunned by the force. His entire body could not move, as though his body was being pressed down by the sky, causing him to almost fall flat on the ground. This is bad. Seeing that, the heavenly sword leader appeared in front of Chun Xiang in a flash, and used his fist to blast away the huge palm covered in purple light from the ancestor. The moment the fist and the palm collided, a purple gold light exploded. That wave blew away all the trees in the surroundings. Even those who had run far away were blown away. Hurry up! The heavenly refining leader shouted to Chun Xiang. This guy is already angry. He's not easy to deal with. Chun Xiang immediately flew towards the heavenly smelting stone wall, while the other purple blood man immediately followed. The heavenly refining leader hastily summoned the heavenly refining divine bell back. Otherwise, he would not be able to suppress the purple blood ancestor at all. After being enraged, Purple Blood Lord had already planned to go all out to fight the heavenly refining leader at all costs. Chun Xiang had killed his disciple right in front of his eyes. He absolutely could not let this go. He had to kill Chun Xiang, no matter what. Even though he had fallen into a state of berserk fury, he did not go insane. At this time, he was still very rational. He wanted to take advantage of the chance of the divine bell being blown away to delay the heavenly refining leader, and then let the other purple blood man go kill Chun Xiang. When Chun Xiang barged in earlier, he had felt the strange divine might of the heavenly refining stage from Chun Xiang's body. This was definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, the heavenly refining leader was extremely concerned about Chun Xiang, so he had to destroy Chun Xiang no matter what. The heavenly refining leader had also seen through his plan. He was currently being held back by Supreme Violet Blood Ancestor and was unable to escape. He also could not understand why Chun Xiang would want to go to the wall of heavenly smelting stone. It was not a good place to go. Chun Xiang had already rushed to the front of the heavenly smelting stone wall, but he was blocked by the stone wall. A few purple blood men behind him started to attack as well, as countless balls of purple light shot out. Chun Xiang immediately channeled all his heavenly refining Tao power and released waves after waves of heavenly refining divine power. In that instant, his heavenly refining divine power reached its limit, causing the heavenly refining leader and supreme purple blood ancestor to be extremely shocked. Just as the countless balls of purple light were about to hit him, the words heavenly refining on the wall suddenly flashed. The flickering gold light completely destroyed the balls of purple light, and Chun Xiang also disappeared without a trace as the two words flashed. He was sucked in. When an old man from the Tai Zun realm saw this from afar, he cried out in shock. Although it was a mess just now, there was still someone who could see Chun Xiang entering the heavenly smelting stone wall. There was actually ASPAC inside the wall. No one knew how he entered it. Everyone was very curious. What kind of secrets would Chun Xiang obtain after entering? Back then, Chun Xiang had already formed an unfathomable connection with the heaven's smelting stone wall, and at that time he had an extremely strong feeling that the stone wall could be entered. When he got near it, he released the divine might of the heaven's smelting stone. Only then would he be sure that he could enter the stone wall as long as his body continued to possess the divine might of the heaven's smelting chi. That was why he was able to rush to the stone wall at an extremely fast speed. C. 2864. C. 2864. After Chun Xiang entered the heavenly alchemy stone wall, he thought that he would receive a great harvest. Just when he was extremely excited, he felt a piercing pain all over his body. Access. He looked around him. Right now he was in a sea of fire of heavenly alchemy power, and the divine flames here had all sorts of colors, the golden divine flames in them forming long trails. When he walked along this path, the pain was much less. It hurts. Chun Xiang did not take a single step forward, as wave after wave of burning heat entered his body from the bottom of his feet and then rushed up to his head, causing him to almost faint. He only took a dozen steps and knelt on the ground while holding his head. Even though he had previously suffered from many kinds of painful experiences and torments, he still couldn't bear the piercing pain brought by this heavenly alchemy immortal power. This kind of piercing pain would cause him to die, and he would collapse. He could only retreat a little at this moment. As he retreated, there would also be pain. However, he did not move forward like he usually did. He looked at the golden light screen behind him. That should be the door that led to his exit. The great Tao of heavenly refining. Chun Xiang looked at the 4 words that appeared in front of him and grinded his teeth. It's a pity that I don't have enough strength to advance right now. I will definitely come back. I will definitely walk all the way to the end. Chun Xiang could only plan to leave first and try to increase his own strength again. If he went over right now, he would definitely die. Chun Xiang had no choice but to withdraw at this moment. After some torture, Chun Xiang finally fell out of the heavenly alchemy stone wall, and at this time he was already covered in wounds. The moment he came out, heavenly alchemy sect leader immediately flew over, picked him up and placed him into the golden bell. Qin Xiang did not know what had happened outside after he had entered the heavenly alchemy stone wall, but his current injuries were extremely serious, and he had fallen into a deep sleep. It was unknown how long Qin Xiang slept for, but when he woke up, he discovered that his wounds had completely healed. He was lying on a stone bed on top of a mountain cave. Just as Qin Xiang stood up, he saw a middle-aged man wearing golden clothes walking over. "Leader," Qin Xiang anxiously shouted. The heavenly alchemy sect leader chuckled, then said to Qin Xiang, "There's no need to get up, continue resting. You have at least just recovered from your injuries, but your spirit isn't too good yet. After I entered the heavenly alchemy stone wall, what happened outside?" Qin Xiang asked. "Then did you kill Reverend Blood Violet?" "I can't kill him. He's the same as me, also at the early stage of the ancestor realm. It would be very difficult to kill him. Fortunately, the other 3 divine sects came and chased him away. I waited for you outside for 10 days, Heavenly Alchemy sect leader said. "What did you see inside the heavenly alchemy stone wall?" "I went in for 10 days. Qin Xiang was extremely shocked. He felt that he had not even been inside for an hour, and 10 days had already said since he had entered outside. "I saw a great path of heavenly refining inside, but I could not reach the end. I only walked about 10 steps, and I was injured to this extent." Qin Xiang sighed. After Qin Xiang had fainted from his injuries, the heavenly alchemy sect leader had already checked on his body. Qin Xiang's body could be said to be extremely strong, although he was only at the peak of the late stage of 6G. DS stage, it was very difficult to find someone at the same level with a body like his. Even if it was a lot of early stage true sovereign realm cultivators, they could only be slightly stronger than Qin Xiang. Even so, Qin Xiang still suffered such heavy injuries, then told heavenly alchemy sect leader about the situation of the heavenly refining great Tao in detail. So the legend is true. There really is a great Tao of heaven's refinement inside the heavenly alchemy stone wall. After listening, heavenly alchemy sect leader sighed. But to reach the end of the heavenly refining great Tao is extremely difficult. Not only is it difficult, it's deadly. Qin Xiang shook his head and sighed. "Am I still in Myriad Tao Mausoleum?" "When the time comes, we will be able to leave. With your current situation, it would be best for you to return to Flying Dragon Pag. To cultivate for a while. Although there are many strong fellows in Myriad Tao Mausoleum, it is not suitable for cultivation," the heavenly alchemy sect leader said. Qin Xiang also had this plan. After returning to the Flying Dragon Pag, if he succeeded in his cultivation, he would try to cultivate it there. Once he entered the heavenly refining great Tao, he would have more power to deal with it. Although he was afraid of the great Tao, at the same time he had a strong sense of conquest. The more he wanted to conquer something that terrified him, the more he needed to conquer something, and that was the only way to overcome his fear. What about the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable? Didn't he also come in? Why did he come in? Qin Xiang was also very worried about Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable. He knew that Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable was very strong. Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable is trapped inside. He should not be able to leave. Of course, it would be hard to say if he had said Flying Dragon Experience Place's practical experience. Heavenly Alchemy sect leader laughed. "This guy is currently heading to Flying Dragon Ghost Realm to find his old enemy. The Flying Dragon Ghost Realm must be filled with dragons." Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable being unable to leave this heaven prison was indeed a good thing. That's right, they are all powerful dragons. Most of them were attracted by the various legends in the Myriad Tao Mausoleum, so they are unable to leave. Heavenly Alchemy sect leader laughed. Generally speaking, as long as a person with an evil power comes in, it will be very difficult for them to escape. Unless there is the slightest error on the part of the Myriad Tao Mausoleum, then they will be able to let a large group of dragon demons escape. Also, it is very difficult for someone with the cultivation of Venerable Ancestor later stage to come out, and our Heavenly Alchemy Venerable Ancestor only had a mid-stage ancestor back then. It would be very difficult for him to come out. The Heaven Prison was used to restrain some super strong warriors. We have been in here for quite some time. I wonder how is Flying Dragon Pag. Oh, to doing now, there are a lot of dragon demons up there. Chunxiang said, without the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable, those dragon demons won't be able to make the weather. Right now, all 4 of us leader are inside, so we don't need to worry about the situation outside. That's why we plan on cultivating inside. Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader took out a pellet and gave it to Qin Xiang. Eat it. It will help recover your spirit. After Qin Xiang ate it, he immediately felt the benefits of the medicine's power, and his spirit became much better. Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader, have you heard of Natural Law Divine Lord? Qin Xiang thought about it and asked, Of course I've heard of him. He's very famous now, but he's one of the 10 great bone kings of White Bones Imperial and is very powerful. I'm not his match. Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader said, but he will never be able to leave this place. I heard that he controls another world. Yes, he controls the natural law world. I came from that world. Qin Xiang said, I want to take back the natural law world from him, so that he won't be messed up. See 2865. See 2865, the refining leader, had a rather good understanding of the situation. He would often enter the Myriad Tao Mausoleum and get to know quite a few of his friends. Access. It's true that he's in control of the world of the Tao, but for now he won't dare to do anything to the world of the Tao for a short period of time. The world of the Tao is a part of his power as long as it isn't a threat to him. He definitely won't destroy it. The leader said, but in the future it will be difficult, because he has to control a world, and if the world is not stable, he will have to transfusion his own blood. At that time, it will be a burden for him. What if it becomes his burden? What are the consequences of the Tao world? Chen Xiang asked anxiously. If it became his burden, he would definitely find a way to abandon the world of the Tao. At the same time, he would destroy the world of the Tao. The refining leader thought for a moment, then told Qin Xiang, because this kind of result was not what Qin Xiang wanted to hear, and it would cause a lot of psychological pressure for Qin Xiang. The world of the Tao is his world, after all. He won't let anyone get their hands on his destruction. But of course, the prerequisite for destruction was that the world of the Tao was useless. If the Tao world was still valuable, he would definitely drain the Tao world's energy. This would be a form of destruction for the Tao world. After hearing what leader had to say, Qin Xiang's heart felt incredibly heavy. He really wanted to return to the Tao world to see how it was doing right now. Don't worry, he's the White Bone King right now. If the Tao world is always in a stable state, he won't make a move. The refined leader patted on Qin Xiang's shoulder. Right now you need to focus on raising your cultivation. Do not be disturbed if you F***CK too much. It might have a negative impact on your mental state. I know. Leader, when are we going to return to Flying Dragon Pag? Oda? Qin Xiang was in a hurry to go back, because he would never be able to cultivate in peace in Myriad Tao Mausoleum. Soon, within 10. The leader said, You must have obtained some rewards from entering the Myriad Tao Mausoleum, right? S. Harvest was indeed not good. He obtained many life law beads and hundreds of billions of Tao crystal, and even killed this annoying fellow, Zhao Kuanqin. No. Qin Xiang smiled. He would not tell the alchemist leader about him killing Zhao Kuanqin, although he did not have a good reputation there. After you go back, are you going to go back to refine divine sex, or are you going to go back to the 6? The refining leader knew the conflict between Qin Xiang and the Zhao clan. Let's return to the divine sex first. I have friends there. Although Qin Xiang was viewed with hostility by the Zhao clan, the great clan elder still treated him extremely well. Furthermore, the Master W.A.N.G. was also currently inside the refining leader had brought him out of the White Bones Imperial, followed the seven-colored river, Pa-S, said through the colorful forest, and finally arrived at a large canyon. After Pa-S sing through the Great Canyon, you will reach the divine Ghost Imperial country. The great doors of the Myriad Tau Mausoleum have always been opened by the divine Ghost Imperial country. The refined leader said, the main reason why the divine Ghost Imperial country is here is to obtain a large number of Tau crystal. So we will think of a way to open the big doors of the Myriad Tau Mausoleum at regular intervals and let a large number of Tau crystal come in. The time ghost that Qinxiang had met before entering the stone room had consumed quite a lot of his Tau crystal. If you are unlucky, you will accidentally enter the colorful forest or the White Bones Imperial, which is not a safe place. If you do not have enough strength, you will die if you leave the divine Ghost Imperial country. The refining leader brought Qinxiang through the canyon and entered a huge black-colored palace. Arriving at the palace, Qinxiang saw many familiar wide paths. Accompanied by the refined leader, Qinxiang left the Myriad Tau Mausoleum and returned to the primordial transmission array, returning to the 1,000 floors of the Flying Dragon Pag. Oda, although he could safely return during this trip, Qinxiang was still very suspicious. The Myriad Tau Divine Tablets formation he refined did not seem to have any effect. Previously, he had heard that this Myriad Tau Divine Tablets formation was a key. But what exactly did this key open? There was someone who could open up the many tombs inside. Qinxiang did not know how to use them. Myriad Tau Mausoleum will open it from time to time. When the time comes, for great divine sects will also know about it. The leader brought Qinxiang to the island where the great clan elder was at. When the great clan elder saw Qinxiang coming back, he was extremely agitated. He was worried that something bad had happened to Qinxiang since Qinxiang had already been missing for more than 10 years. The refining leader and the great clan elder chatted for a while before they left the island. Great clan elder, how is Master W.A.N.G. now? Qinxiang laughed. Has he recovered yet? Just as he finished, Master W.A.N.G. walked out from the house and laughed. Ghost, I'm almost recovered. I can concoct pills now. Master W.A.N.G., you are still so fine. Qinxiang walked over and laughed. Soon after, Qinxiang and the two old men started talking about the things that happened inside the Myriad Tau Mausoleum. When the great clan elder found out that Qinxiang went to the refining stone wall, he was extremely shocked. In truth, the great clan elder's strength was still considered strong. After all, he was a late period of Taizun realm. If he was at that time, Qinxiang would not have been treated like that by the Lanhong Tao priest, and might not even be able to beat the purple-haired man. However, the supreme realm cultivators in the middle of Myriad Tau Mausoleum all had some strange powers. For example, the spatial strength of the Lanhong Tao priest was extremely terrifying. The Lanhong Tao priest had secretly snuck into the divine Ghost Imperial country, and even placed many of the 6G DS stages into his own divine Sense Sea world. That strange blue profound sea was playing a killing game inside, so he was very clear on Qinxiang's every move. It's just that the Lanhong Tao priest was taken away. Qinxiang guessed that the Lanhong Tao priest would become a slave if he was taken back. Master W.A.N.G. I am now at the peak of the late stage of 6G. DS stage. How can I step into the Taizun realm? Is there any miraculous elixir or medicine? Qinxiang asked. The peak of the late stage of 6G. DS stage. If you want to achieve the unity of the 6G. DS, then you will be able to cultivate the 6 souls, and you will be able to step into the Taizun realm. The Master W.A.N.G. said, this is not easy. The 6G, DS Unity already requires the user to continuously use their own powerful Tao energy to control the fusion of the 6 Yuan Jiao D, but they also need a certain amount of comprehension to allow the 6 Yuan Jiao D to complete the final fusion. Many people have tried it 1,000 times, but they were unable to succeed. Why can't I succeed? Chun Xiang had also tried it before, and it truly was not a success. Even though he could knead all the 6 Yuan Jiao D together, it could not fuse together in the end, and once it was absorbed by Tao energy, the 6 Yuan Jiao D would immediately disperse and return to its original state. See 2866. See 2866. No one knows. The great elder shook his head. Therefore, it's not reliable that we can use the elixir to complete the final fusion. Not really. Master W.A.N.G. laughed heartily. Medicinal pills are useful, but this kind of medicinal pill is hard to find and is not easy to refine. When I accidentally obtained a pill formula that I thought was left behind by my ancestor during the primal era, it would be beneficial for me to enter the Taizun realm. It will help you enter the Taizun realm, but I can't guarantee that you will definitely be able to do so. The great elder shook his head. There are many of these in the market, but I think they are all lies. For example, the 6 Shin Profound Dan that was previously refined by Qin Xiang. It was a pill that guaranteed the peak of the late period of 3 Profound Realm to step into the 6G ODS stage. That's right. The pill recipe that I obtained, I am not sure if I can guarantee entering the Taizun realm, but it is rather interesting, and the difficulty of refining it is extremely high. Although it is only a middle-ranked Taizuan Dan, the difficulty of refining it is much higher than a high-ranked Taizuan Dan. In my opinion, this is just a high-ranked Taizuan Dan, or even a high-ranked Taizuan Dan. Master W.A.N.G's words also made Great Elder curious. Great Elder was also a Supreme Pill G.O.D. Master W.A.N.G. This pill recipe of yours? The Great Elder asked curiously. This kind of pill is called the Huazuan Dan, and it requires a lot of ingredients to grow. The maturation cycle is the same as the middle-grade supreme medicinal herbs, so it is CLA.S. Sifit as a middle-grade Taizuan Dan. Master W.A.N.G. said. Chun Xiang was overjoyed and asked urgently, Then Master W.A.N.G., do you have medicinal ingredients? Of course there is. I have searched for this medicinal ingredient for many years and finally found it. Master W.A.N.G. took out 2 jade boxes and gave them to Qin Xiang and the great clan elder respectively, saying, There aren't many ingredients required, only 3 of them. Qin Xiang received the jade box, and when he opened it he saw 3 fruits inside. All 3 fruits were very special. Each fruit had 2 different colors, which meant that the 3 fruits had 6 different colors. Qin Xiang picked up a fruit that was a mixture of white and black color. After looking at it carefully, he could feel that there were 2 types of energy inside it, and these 2 types of energy were mutually exclusive. In addition to the black and white fruits, there were also the purple gold and red and blue fruits. There were 2 types of energy that repelled each other, but they both grew together to form the same fruit. This was indeed very strange. When refining pills, one needs to refine these medicinal ingredients, and then fuse all of the medicinal ingredients into one. The Master W.A.N.G. said, and once the 6 fruits in your hands are refined, the energy that rejects each other will come out. At that time, it would be extremely difficult to fuse the 6 fruits again, because the 6 energies are mutually exclusive. Qin Xiang had previously refined a type of medicinal pill in the same situation, and that was the Yin-Yang 9 inverse divine pill. At that time, there were only 2 types of repulsive powers, but now they were all mutually exclusive. From the sound of it, it was obvious that it would be difficult to refine. Is there really no way at all? Qin Xiang used the Tao Heart Eye to look through the inner workings of the medicinal ingredients, but he could not find anything special about them. I've tried many times and never succeeded. The master W.A.N.G. shook his head. All right, I'm ready to give it a try. If it's useful, it's fine. Chen Xiang put away these fruits and gave them to the Meijing sisters so they could grow them. He also warned them not to improve these fruits. At this time, all of Meijing sisters' S were at the peak of the late stage of 6G, ODS stage. If they could all become overlords, Chen Xiang wouldn't need to be afraid even if he met with any late-stage overlord experts. Before Meijing sisters was fully grown, Chen Xiang did not start refining. Instead, he left for the original Tao. The Lin clan's position in the original Tao was not low. He had already regained his strength. His cultivation was late period of Taizun realm, and he even possessed the powerful 6 divine weapons. Chun Xiang found Lin Jia, who was drinking wine and chatting with Lin Jia. You're so worried. I thought you'd never come back. Lin Jia laughed. If you die inside, I really feel bad. How could I possibly die? I'm really lucky. Qin Xiang laughed. Uncle Lin, what good stuff did you and the bat get from inside? Good stuff. This time there are not many good stuff. They are all law beads S. I have exchanged them for Tao crystal S. The bats are about the same. But this guy is very powerful. After returning from Myriad Tao Mausoleum, he actually went into closed-door training to break through to the honored ancestor realm. Lin Jia was impressed. I also know if he can succeed. If he succeeds, then I can be considered to have a friend with the cultivation of the ancestor. Bats are so powerful. Qin Xiang never thought that Bat Super Venerable, who looked just like a child, would become a revered ancestor upon entering, which made him extremely shocked. I still haven't confirmed whether it will succeed or not. I wish him success. Cheers! After that, he scooped a few bowls with Chen Xiang in quick succession. Uncle Lin, do you have any way to return to the world? Back then, you came here from Myriad G. Oh, DS Abyss, and I heard that he was able to return to the Tao world. Chen Xiang really wanted to return to the Tao world to take a look. Although it was not the first time he had parted ways with his old friends for so long, it was different this time. Since the Myriad DS Abyss is within the Divine Wasteland, you must first leave the Flying Dragon Peg. Oh, duh, and then walk a long way to reach there. After arriving at the Myriad DS Abyss, there is no guarantee that you will be able to go to the Tao realm, at the very most, only to the primitive land. If you're going back, I'll go with you. I'm quite familiar with this road. Chen Xiang felt that since he had the power of SPAC, returning shouldn't be too troublesome. All right, wait until I step into the Taizun realm. I'll check on the situation then. Chen Xiang planned to return and investigate the situation of the current world. Qin Xiang was about to step into the Taizun realm, and yet he was so fast. Lin Jia remembered that when he first saw Qin Xiang's cultivation was still very low. Okay, just call me when the time comes. Lin Qi nodded. Qin Xiang and Lin Qi chatted for more than 2 hours before they finally left the original Tao. Many people already knew about his return. At that time, everyone thought that he had already died and felt that it was quite a pity, especially those who had purchased the herbal tea pill from him. When some people heard the news, they were very disappointed. The Zhao clan S who were trained in the art of refining divine sex were one of them. They already knew that Chen Xiang had killed Zhao Kuanxin, but they did not tell the other party about this matter, especially when they found out that Chen Xiang was brought back by the leader. Qin Xiang would not kill Zhao Kuanxin for no reason. It must be Zhao Kuanxin's fault first. But Zhao clan would definitely not swallow his anger like this. Qin Xiang was a thorn in their side. They had to get rid of him no matter what. The fact that Chen Xiang had stayed in the Divine Sex S in particular had a huge impact on their business. C. 2867 Qin Xiang returned to the refining divine sex and asked for Zhao clan's reaction. Access. Although the Zhao clan had lost Zhao Kuanxin, they still had many talents. After all, In these 10 years that Chen Xiang had not been around, their Zhao clan's business had become even better. The dragon demon outside was still wreaking havoc on the 1,000 floors of Flying Dragon Peg. Oda, the abyss in the middle of the Dragon Devil Deadland, was extremely strange as Dragon Demon kept Gus plussing out. Previously, many people thought that those dragon demons were created by the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable, but now the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable was trapped inside the Myriad Tau Mausoleum and couldn't come out at all. These dragon demons evolved very quickly. After taking over the human body, they had the human mind and became very smart and cunning. They controlled the weak dragon demons that were just born in Dragon Devil Deadland, and from time to time, they would send these dragon demons to attack humans. When the people of 4 great divine sects went out, they would often be watched by the dragon demons, who knew how those dragon demons knew the whereabouts of the 4 great divine sects' disciples. Especially when there was a large group of disciples who went out together, they would always be besieged by a large number of dragon demons. Dealing with the weak dragon demons was not difficult, but the difficult thing was that the dragon demons could release the poison. So in these past 10 years, Zhao clan's dragon magic danas had been selling extremely silently, and their prices had risen to 200 million. Now that Chen Xiang had returned, the dragon magic dan in the Zhao clan could no longer be sold, and he also had a large number of golden dragon magic herb in the Yao Mountain Villa. He sold these golden dragon magic herb to the other forces in the divine sects and quickly earned more than 1 trillion Dao crystal. Now that he already had close to 2 trillion Dao crystal, he didn't know what these Dao crystal were used for. The great clan elder, however, told him that they would definitely be useful in the Myriad Tau Mausoleum. Because of Chen Xiang's interference, the business of the Zhao clan's dragon magic dan was blocked, and they hated Chen Xiang even more now. However, they did not make a move, because Chen Xiang was the big shot of the divine sects. Together with the great clan elder, they received care of so the Zhao clan did not dare to even touch Chen Xiang. Otherwise, when the leader gets angry, the Zhao clan would be in deep trouble. Although these fellows from the Zhao clan did not do anything on the surface, it was hard secretly. Before I enter the Tai-Zun realm, I must be careful when I go out. Chen Xiang could feel the hatred the Zhao clan had towards him. A month had said, and the double-colored fruits planted in the Meijing sisters had ripened. Chen Xiang was already unable to wait and wished to refine them. Is it really that difficult to refine? I must refine it. Chen Xiang took out 3 twin divine fruits, looked at them carefully, and placed them into the chuangs. Hi plus G. Oh, D furnace S. Last time he used the chuangs. Hi plus G. Oh, D furnace S to defend against attacks that caused them to be injured, but they had already recovered. From the very beginning, Chen Xiang had used the flames of divinity to burn those 3 twin divine fruits, whose burning speed was extremely fast. Or perhaps the 3 twin divine fruits seemed to have been released the moment they met the flames, as the 2 mutually exclusive powers within them quickly absorbed the flames and then quickly broke apart. This was Chen Xiang's first time encountering this kind of medicinal material. He only needed to continuously release flames, and the medicinal material would absorb the flames and quickly refine itself. To alchemists, this was a very good thing, to be able to complete this stage so easily. But even though this stage was easy, the rest of the stage was extremely difficult. Chen Xiang had used many techniques, but none of them were able to fuse the 6 spirit qi into the 6 medicinal crystals. They were all extremely strong and repelling each other, and even with his spirit refining power, he was still unable to succeed, and had even almost caused an explosion. It shouldn't be a problem with my cultivation level. I will definitely need some skills and techniques. Chen Xiang began to think of a way. Master W.A.N.G. was a Tai-Zun realm cultivator, but he had tried many times but to no avail, so it should have nothing to do with cultivation. Chen Xiang was now at the peak of the late stage of 6G, DS stage, coupled with the spirit refinement stage power unleashed by his strong Dao vein. It was enough for him to refine a middle-grade Taizuan Dan. Qin Xiang used many of the training methods he was familiar with before to try all of them, but there was no progress at all. While he was trying, the energy within the furnace was constantly being drained. Just the expenditure of a portion of the ingredients announced his failure in refining the Huazuan Dan. Comprehension refinement technique? Qin Xiang felt that all the techniques in the refinement technique had been comprehended by him to the point where there was no longer any room for growth. However, he still tried to search for it. After a few minutes, he still couldn't find anything. As expected, it's just like the Master W. Gee, it's really difficult to refine. How on earth can I successfully refine it? Qin Xiang took out the ingredients again and tried. He would have to encounter the most critical and difficult point in order to solve the problem. Currently, he only knew that the 6 types of energies were extremely repulsive towards each other, causing him to be unable to fuse them together. Even though he had used many techniques, he was still unable to succeed. However, those 6 types of energies were extremely special. They were not common types of energies. Therefore, he had to figure out why the 6 types of energies repelled each other. What kind of energies were they? Very quickly, he refined a set of medicinal ingredients and infused the 6 types of energy into his body to examine them one by one. This type of energy was very strange. After entering his body, the energy that entered his body would be greatly repelled, causing him to struggle free as soon as it entered. Not even the counter power. Qin Xiang tried using the counter power, but to no avail. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Qin Xiang did not make any progress, and so did the great clan elder. Qin Xiang had already spent over 100 portions of medicinal ingredients, but fortunately, the Mei Jing sisters grew them quickly so he could afford it. Although he had failed hundreds of times, Qin Xiang had still obtained something. At the very least, he knew that the situation of the 6 types of energies was the same as the 6 yuan ji, OD. The reason the 6 yuan ji, D could not become one with the 6 G, DS was because, like the 6 types of energy, although it could be forcibly rubbed, it could never fuse together. Once it was released, the 6 yuan ji, D would immediately split apart. The same was true for the 6 strands of energy from the 3 twin divine fruits. Realizing this point, Qin Xiang was sure that as long as he could successfully refine this Huazuan Dan, he would be able to enter the Taizun realm. Qin Xiang had also told the Mei Jing sisters about what had happened, and he had basically discussed this matter with them every single time. They were also discussing all kinds of possibilities, and it would sometimes be greatly helpful for them to pool their thoughts. I feel like the reason why these 6 medicinal powers can't be combined is due to the lack of a boss. There are some people who are scheming in private, but because they have a leader that they trust, even if they have conflicts, they can put them down and do big things. Jiang Sime said, "Are you saying that these 6 portions of medicinal energy are missing a primer to bring them together?" Qin Xiang frowned. "That's right. We might still be lacking a medicinal ingredient. However, I don't know what medicinal ingredient is lacking. Perhaps it's not a lack of medicinal ingredient, but rather a lack of some kind of energy." Jiang Sime said, "See 2868. See 2868, hearing Jiang Sime's words. Qin Xiang also had a direction in which he could go. Although he did not know if he was going the right way, at least he had a way to try it out. He immediately began to think hard, and at the same time stared at the 3 medicinal ingredients. He used the Tao Heart Eye to examine them carefully, but he did not discover anything new. They lack a type of power that can gather them. What kind of power is this? Qin Xiang sat in place and started pondering. I wonder what the effect of eating this fruit will be. Qin Xiang did not ask the Master Wang, but after he picked one up and ate it, he closed his eyes to feel the changes of the fruit's power in his body. He used the heavenly alchemy immortal power to digest this energy, which was more beneficial for him to understand the characteristics of this medicine. To understand more about medicinal herbs was also a way to break through. However, it would usually be more difficult. Chen Xiang closed his eyes and focused on refining the power of the fruit. This fruit was a golden purple duo-colored fruit, and after the fruit was refined, the two powers immediately separated and swam around Chen Xiang's body. Chen Xiang did not refine the two medicinal powers into his body, but allowed the medicinal powers to swim in his body in an attempt to fuse the two powers together. The purplish gold medicine had a strong repulsive power. As long as one was at a distance, they would turn around and run away. It was very difficult to combine the two together, but after the combination, it was difficult to fuse them. Mother ***, what do I need to do to allow them to fuse together? Chen Xiang cursed in a low voice before he started to think hard about it again. It had been a long time since he last encountered such a difficult pill, and although the process of refining would seem very irritating, it was still viewed by Chen Xiang as a form of challenge, an enormous challenge that allowed him to advance by leaps and bounds. Ate a total of no less than 100 of these fruits and conducted all kinds of experiments, which almost exploded within his body. It was extremely dangerous. However, in order to succeed, he could only take the risk. The origins of these medicinal plants are all different. How strange! If their origins are the same, then no matter how mutually exclusive they are, I still have a way to deal with them. Chen Xiang thought in his heart. Right now, he understood more and more about these three two-colored divine fruits, and he could already clearly see the origin of the three two-colored divine fruits. This was actually a different source energy. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Without essence, you create essence for them. Essence is the bridge through which they fuse. Earlier, Mei Mei also said that these medicinal herbs are missing an element of aggregation. But how can one create an element of aggregation for them? This was something that Chen Xiang had been thinking about for the past few days. Creation of essence. Chen Xiang suddenly thought of an idea, and that was to create the same origin for the three two-colored divine fruits. He asked Jiang Xijing and Jiang Ximei if they could change the origin of the three two-colored divine fruits to the same, but they all felt that it was impossible. The reason why they could improve the quality of the spirit medicine was all because of the same origin. With regards to this matter, the Mei Jing sisters had no other choice but to try out the method that he thought was possible. Let's see if we can erase their source energy first, and then we can implant the same source energy. Chen Xiang placed a purple gold divine fruit into the chuangs. H-I plus G. D furnace S. After he refined this fruit to a certain degree, he would investigate its origin. After he found its origin, he used his powerful divine sense to accurately control it and pull it out. There were two different sources of energy within a single fruit, yet it could produce a single fruit. This was an extremely miraculous thing. After Chen Xiang removed the two streams of origin energy, the two flows of power suddenly underwent a huge change. They were originally purple and gold, but now they suddenly became transparent. This was a very common type of Tao power. The Tao crystal contained a large amount of this pure Tao power. After extracting the origin energy, the medicinal plant became like this. This meant that the various unique effects of the medicinal plant were due to the ACCU, mulation of Tao energy under the influence of the origin energy. Now that he had lost his quintessence, the Tao energy that he had gathered had become ordinary Tao energy. Looks like I have to keep my source energy. Chen Xiang encountered another problem, which made him feel that it was more reliable to unify the source energy in this direction first. How can I turn two or more different sources into the same one? Chen Xiang began to think about this problem. Blood is thicker than water. Chen Xiang suddenly thought of something. Could it be that I need to use my blood to refine it? Let's give it a try first. Chen Xiang immediately tried to refine the origin of his blood into his own, and then infused it into his own blood. He had refined his own blood into the two different types of origin laws. Soon after, He successfully refined and entered the blood. To him, this was still relatively easy, but the two types of source energy were still extremely repulsive. Could it be that I don't have enough blood? Qin Xiang then gave out a lot of blood, although this technique was a little suggestic, but luckily he had a strong regeneration ability, so even if he lost a large amount of blood, it was not a big problem for him, because the life qi in his body was releasing a large amount of Tao energy to nourish his body, allowing him to regenerate the blood very quickly. Just like this, Qin Xiang continued to bleed nonstop for a good 2 hours before stopping, because he saw that his original purplish gold colored origin had turned blood red. After it turned blood red, Qin Xiang tried to fuse it again. Using the heavenly alchemy immortal power, he quickly completed the fusion process. After so many days of trying, he finally succeeded. Blood refinement art. This method is not something that any alchemist can try. Qin Xiang frowned for so many days, and now he finally revealed a smile. Right now, he had only successfully fused the 2 elements of expulsion together, and now he had to proceed with 6. He felt that he would definitely succeed, but he needed a lot of blood. After staying in the room for a few months, Qin Xiang finally had a new breakthrough. He went outside to take a breath of fresh air, then immediately returned to the house. It's going to cost me a lot of blood. Qin Xiang laughed bitterly, then placed all 3 kinds of 2-colored divine fruits into the pill furnace, starting his blood refinement technique. This method worked, but the process definitely wouldn't be that easy. At the same time, I tempered 6 types of essences with blood, connecting them to each other so that they could be fused together. At the same time, I tempered 6 essences with blood, connecting them to each other so that they could be fused together. Qin Xiang looked at the hexagonal source energy. Other than the red source energy, the other colors had started to turn red. Previously, he had only been refining 2 types of source energy at the same time, but now it was 6. The difficulty difference was huge. Seeing the change in color, Qin Xiang knew that it would work, but it would be more difficult. C2869. C2869, when Qin Xiang was refining it, he had also thought of separate refining the 3 twin colored divine fruits so that it would not require too much blood. However, he also thought that if he refined it separately, he wouldn't be able to combine the 6 types of origin. More recent chapter access. *WW. Refining them at the same time was equivalent to connecting the 6 bloodlines together. Although refining them separately also required one's blood, there was no connection between the 3 twin divine fruits. He would have to refine them once more. After bleeding for 2 hours, his source energy had only turned slightly red. To have all of it turn blood red meant that he would have to continue bleeding for a long time. I need to rest. No matter how strong Qin Xiang's regeneration ability was, he could not endure this crazy method of continuously letting the blood flow. He rested for an hour, and after producing a large amount of blood, he started to refine again. His divine sense sea world grew a large amount of medicinal ingredients, and after he absorbed the energy released by the medicinal ingredients, he could also increase his recovery rate. Other than that, there were also various things in his divine sense sea world. These things could continuously release energy, such as the creation D spring, which could ensure his recovery speed. This was a middle-tier Taizuandan, so refining it would definitely take a long time, especially at the start, where it required the fusion of 6 different types of origin laws and the release of blood. This was something that ordinary alchemists could not do. Qin Xiang only managed to make him practice this desperate blood refinement because of his years of ACCU, Mulat experience. 10 days and 10 nights later, within Qin Xiang's chuangs, I plus G. D furnace, all 6 different types of source energy were finally refined blood red by Qin Xiang. This is good. Qin Xiang took a deep breath, then used the power of divinity and gathered the 6 origin energies together. After being refined by Qin Xiang using the blood refinement art, The different source energy could easily be merged together. Following that, the medicinal qi and medicinal crystals would also be merged quickly. After going through the difficult process before, the remaining was very simple for Qinxiang. Although he was currently very tired, his heart was excited and full of vigor. Because it was for him to eat, he only refined one pellet. This way, the quality would be higher. Could it be that just one pill is enough for me to step into the Taizun realm? Qinxiang looked at the blood-red ball of extremely enchanting light, and his heart was filled with antic. 1. P-Asian. Originally, there were 6 colors in the spirit energy released by the medicine, but because the origin of the medicine had been turned blood-red by Qinxiang, it had all turned red right now. The process of condensing the pill was extremely fast. It only took 6 hours. Is this the Huazuandan? I wonder if it's really effective. Qinxiang looked at the Huazuandan that was like a ruby. He really hoped that it could let him step into the Taizun realm, but he was also prepared to be disappointed. No one had ever proven the efficacy of such a pill. If I do not succeed, it will only be a wasted time. Isn't it just half a year of time? Qinxiang placed the pellet into his mouth and swallowed it. Inside the Yu Yao mountain villa, Jiang Ximei and Jiang Xijing both hoped that this pill would allow Qinxiang to step into the Taizun realm. During this period of time, Qinxiang had put in a lot of effort. After eating the Taizuandan, Qinxiang channeled his medicinal power into the spirit of the Dao Ji, DS in the divine sense C. If he succeeded in stepping into the Taizun realm, the spirit of the Dao Ji, DS would undergo a huge change, and he would be able to cultivate the 6 souls. After Qinxiang ate the Huazuandan, he immediately felt a power that was connected to his blood slowly seeping in. Inside the spirit of the Dao Ji DS, the 6 Yuan God was suddenly enveloped by a blood-red light, and following Qinxiang's control, the 6 Yuan D gradually gathered together. Before, Qinxiang had to use a lot of effort to fuse the 6 Yuan OD. Although it could not be completely compatible with the 6 Yuan OD, it was still extremely difficult to knead it. And now, after Qinxiang ate the Huazuandan, he merely channeled the medicinal power into the spirit of the Dao Ji DS, and the 6 Yuan OD inside naturally sucked it in and gradually merged together. This made Qinxiang's heart race. This was a pretty good start, which meant that it was possible to successfully fuse the 6 Yuan OD. Qinxiang was currently in a very natural state. He did not even need to worry about the 6 Yuan D in the spirit of the Dao Ji DS, as it would naturally and gently fuse with one another. This kind of process was extremely enjoyable for him, causing him to be immersed in an extremely special kind of slumber. He did not know how much time had passed, but when he woke up, he realized that the spirit of the Dao Ji DS had already disappeared. It was actually those 6 beast statues. These beast statues were from the 2nd divine sense C, but they were from the 1st divine sense C. Could this be the 6 souls? Qinxiang was not sure, but he immediately went to look at the 2nd divine sense C, only to find that the 2nd divine sense C had disappeared. The 2nd and 1st divine sense C have fused. Qinxiang never thought that such a situation would occur. That Huazuandan was actually so powerful and directly allowed his 1st and 2nd divine sense C to fuse together. Although this change had occurred, Qinxiang was still more at ease. Because he had already made a breakthrough, he could feel that the Tao energy he released from the 6 souls was more than 10 times stronger than before. Alright, these beast statues should belong to the extremely special 6 souls. Qinxiang looked at the 6 small beast statues floating above the 1st divine sense C. These beast statues were extremely huge during the 2nd divine sense C, but in the 1st divine sense C, they were as small as little birds in the sky. However, this 6 souls was extremely terrifying and could be released with just his will. After it was released, all of them would become living heavenly beasts. Furthermore, these heavenly beasts would not die. At most, they would only be injured. Did you successfully break through? Jiang Xijing felt that Chen Xiang had already awoken from his slumber and immediately asked, I broke through. I'm already at the early stage of the Taizun realm, but I'm still not sure if the Huazuan Dan would have such an effect. Chen Xiang said, Oh, right. How long did I sleep after eating the Huazuan Dan? 1 month. Jiang Xijing said, Elder sister and I are both peak late stage of 6G. Oh, DS stage, you just need to refine one for us. Any one of us can make a breakthrough. As long as one of us makes a breakthrough, then with the cultivation of twin life mysterious techniques, we can help each other out. How amazing! Chun Xiang exclaimed. In this way, as long as one of them cultivates, the other one can break through without doing anything and save a lot of time. All right, then I'll immediately refine a Huazuan Dan. Chen Xiang said, That's right, help me plant a little more supreme blood coconut. C2870. C2870, the supreme blood yam, was a high-grade supreme G. O, D medicine. It was given to Qin Xiang by the Master W, A and E. Although it was a high-grade supreme G. O, D medicine, it was still more expensive, but it was only because it had a long maturity period. That was why this kind of coconut fruit was CLA. S, Sifite as a high-grade supreme G. O, D medicine. Access. Chen Xiang planned to not use his own blood because there would be a large amount of blood inside the blood eagles. That blood was exactly the same as human blood, and it would all be filled with great power. He wanted to try and see if the Huazuan Dan that had been refined with the supreme blood coconut could succeed. After making a breakthrough, Chen Xiang's strength had greatly increased, but he was actually very calm right now. He did not think about whether it was because he wanted to see how his strength was, or if he wanted to practice something. He patiently waited for the primordial blood coconut to grow properly. He walked out of the room and breathed in fresh air as he gazed at the tranquil surface of the lake. At this moment, his heart was as tranquil as the surface of the lake. After Master W, A and G walked out of the house, he saw Chen Xiang standing by the lake. Looking at Chen Xiang's back, he felt that Chen Xiang seemed to have merged with the calm lake surface, causing him to tremble violently. Chen Xiang had broken through to the Taizun realm. Anyone who stepped into the Taizun realm would have to go through a difficult process of becoming one with the 6G. Oh, DS. Once they crossed this stage and stepped into the Taizun realm, they would be able to easily simulate into nature. When the Master W, A, and G saw through it, he took a deep breath. He didn't know how Chen Xiang broke through, but he was sure that Chen Xiang had stepped into the Taizun realm in such a short amount of time. He anxiously went over to Chen Xiang and asked, Chen Xiang, have you really become the Supreme One? Chen Xiang smiled. Yes, it is thanks to the medicine that you gave me, Master W, A, and G, that I was able to refine the Huazuan Dan and step into the Taizun realm. Compared to when Qin Xiang had stepped into the Taizun realm, the fact that Qin Xiang had refined a Huazuan Dan made Master W, A and E even more shocked. You really managed to refine it? Master W, A, and G found it hard to believe. He had tried many times and experienced many years, but to no avail. But Chen Xiang had only tried for half a year, and he had already succeeded. That's right, I have mastered the basics. Chen Xiang then told the Master W, A, and G about the method to successfully refine the Huazuan Dan. After all, this was an ingredient provided by the Master W, A, and G, otherwise he didn't know when he would be able to find a pill that could help him break through. So Chen Xiang was very excited about Master W, A, and G. After the Master W, A, and G found out about Chen Xiang's secret technique, he couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Amazing, in just a few short months, you were able to understand medicine so well, and even find the crux of the problem. Admirable. Although Chen Xiang had failed many times and also spent a lot of medicinal ingredients, the number of failures of Master W, A, and G and the amount of medicinal ingredients required were no less than Chen Xiang's. That was why he admired Chen Xiang so much. At this moment, the master W.A.N.G. was already impatient to refine it. He smiled and said, "I will use my own blood to refine it first." Qin Xiang was not sure if he would be able to succeed with the supreme blood coconut. He had only told this thought to the master W.A.N.G. The master W.A.N.G. did not have Qin Xiang's terrifying regeneration ability, but he was still a supreme pill G.O.D. after all. He had many good pills in his possession that could help him recover quickly. Qin Xiang was already in the Taizun realm. Adding all his other methods, his strength was extremely strong. He decided whether or not he should go find Lin Jitian and return to Myriad G.O.D.S. Abyss. "I don't have enough strength, so I won't go for now." Qin Xiang suddenly thought of the Flying Dragon Experience Place. It was said that it was difficult for even the late period of Taizun realm to pass through the Flying Dragon Experience Place. But that did not mean that it was impossible for the ancestor to pass at the beginning. Therefore, if he wanted to pass South Flying Dragon Experience Place, what he needed to see was not cultivation. Qin Xiang decided to try it out now. He would first obtain an even stronger power, and then decide whether or not he wanted to return to Natural Law World. Since he did not grow the Supreme Blood Layer, it would take at least a month. Qin Xiang planned to use this period of time to understand what was happening outside. What he did not expect was that after he had isolated himself for the past few days, the Zhao clan had become more and more hostile towards him, and even the ancestor of the Zhao clan had come out to say that Qin Xiang was not a good guest, and hoped that Qin Xiang could leave. The meaning of his words was to tell the Heavenly Alchemy sect leader to find Qin Xiang and have him talk, so that Qin Xiang would leave, or perhaps make Qin Xiang less hostile towards him. Qin Xiang had been in closed-door training for a long time, and a large number of golden dragon magic herb had matured. However, after walking through a few shops, he surprisingly did not dare to take any of them. They had clearly been threatened by the revered ancestor of the Zhao clan, and even if they hadn't, they were afraid of him, so they didn't dare to go against him. There's actually such a thing. Don't tell me that I have to personally refine the dragon magic Dan and sell it. Qin Xiang suddenly felt very unhappy. The Zhao clan's dragon magic Dan had sold for another 200 million. And following that, Qin Xiang also heard a lot of rumors about him in the Zhao clan, saying that he was someone's private child, a spy sent by the Flying Dragon Palace, or someone sent by the Six Divine Sects to intentionally cause trouble in the Heavenly Alchemy Divine Sect. Hearing these rumors, Qin Xiang was very angry. Zhao clan using such a despicable method was too shameless. If only Zhao clan had some sort of lecherous little horn, but he, the Zhao clan, had his own ancestor, yet still used such a method. All right, you Zhao clan, since the supreme blood coconut is still growing, I will refine some dragon magic Dan and consider it my retaliation towards you all. Qin Xiang was not afraid of the Zhao clan at all. He immediately returned to the small island in the middle of the lake and went inside to refine dragon magic Dan. Now that he was at the Taizun realm, refining dragon magic Dan was simply a piece of cake. Furthermore, he could control multiple magic method furnace to refine at the same time. One time he could control 20 magic method furnace, and there were 10 of them in each furnace. He could finish them in half a day. The speed at which the Taizun realm was refining pills was extremely fast. He could refine 400 dragon magic Dan in a day, and refine 1,000 in 2.5 days. Qin Xiang sold his dragon magic Dan. These words quickly spread throughout the entire Heavenly Alchemy Divine Sect. When many people went out to fight with the dragon demons, most of them were reluctant to use dragon magic Dan-S, because it was simply too expensive. Furthermore, the effects were not good. And when they found out that Qin Xiang had taken action yet again, and was even selling it at 5,000 myriad Tau crystals, many people rushed to buy it from Qin Xiang one after another. By the time they arrived, however, they had already sold it all out. With Qin Xiang doing this, Zhao clan's dragon magic Dan could no longer be sold. That night, Heavenly Alchemy sect leader arrived at the small island in the middle of the lake. The Heavenly Alchemy sect leader is here. Is it about the Zhao clan? Chun Xiang walked out of the house with a questioning look. Heavenly Alchemy sect leader was already waiting for him in the courtyard. C. 2871. C. 2871, seeing Chun Xiang coming out, the Heavenly Alchemy sect leader sat him down. I already know about your situation. You don't have to worry about the Zhao clan. I will suppress those over there. If Zhao clan dares to act recklessly during this period of time, I will definitely make them suffer. Heavenly Alchemy sect leader's forceful words surprised Chun Xiang. He originally thought that Heavenly Alchemy sect leader would be afraid of his ancestor, but now it seemed that his Heavenly Alchemy sect leader was actually prepared to become enemies with his ancestor. Leader, did something happen? Chun Xiang asked. He also suddenly had such a feeling. Latest news, there are abnormal situations in the Dragon Devil Deadland. The number of dragon demons are increasing. Strong dragon demons are also like this, and the dragon magic poison on the dragon demon is even stronger. The broken dragon magic Dan in the Zhao clan can't hold on for long, and they are even selling for such a high price. Mentioning this matter, the Heavenly Alchemy sect leader was very angry. This is simply taking advantage of the situation. It's fine if they sell it expensive, but you actually forbid them to sell it. Right now, if I really need Dragon Magic Dan, even I would have a hard time refining so many. I am willing to provide cheap medicinal ingredients for Heavenly Alchemy Divine Sex Shop. Chun Xiang said they can sell the Dragon Magic Dan at a price of 50 million or even more. Right now, the problem is that they are afraid of the Zhao clan, so they do not dare to take my medicinal ingredients. Give me the medicinal ingredients, and I'll help you sell them. I want to see if they are afraid of the Zhao clan or me. When the Heavenly Alchemy sect leader found out about what the Zhao clan was doing, he became even more furious. If he did not urgently need power right now, he would definitely find a chance to make a move on the Zhao clan. Chun Xiang had given Heavenly Alchemy sect leader a large group of golden dragon magic herbs, and Heavenly Alchemy sect leader was also very surprised that Chun Xiang actually had such a large amount of medicinal herbs. Chun Xiang's Yuyao mountain villa had a large number of these golden dragon magic herb, and he sold them at the price of 30 million each. He sold them for more than 3,000 and obtained a large number of Dao crystal. There are even more serious situations in the Dragon Devil Deadland. It's just that we are not certain about them yet. Heavenly Alchemy sect leader said in a serious tone. Previously, Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable was already quite strong, but there seems to be something even more terrifying than Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable. That guy is nurturing a large amount of dragon demons unceasingly. He sent people to the abyss to investigate, but all of them died. They were all from the Taizun realm. Dragon Devil Deadland had always been a mysterious being, and many years ago such a powerful being like Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable was already born. Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable was heavily injured and sealed within Dragon Devil Deadland, but now that Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable had broken through the seal and recovered his injuries, he was even more powerful than before. Could it be that the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable has another purpose for entering the Myriad Tao Mausoleum? Chun Xiang thought about this and asked in shock. Myriad Tao Mausoleum is also very mysterious. Could it be that there is some relations? I+P between Myriad Tao Mausoleum and himself? I don't know. If only Heavenly Alchemy, Venerable Ancestor, and the others were still alive. Only they knew about this. The Heavenly Alchemy sect leader said, right now, the only people who are familiar with this matter are the Flying Dragon Palace leader. But this fellow is both righteous and evil, rarely appearing and rarely interfering with the matters of the Flying Dragon Palace. On the other hand, when something happened to Myriad Tao Mausoleum last time, he rushed here in a hurry. He entered the Myriad Tao Mausoleum and wandered around for a bit before returning. The Heavenly Alchemy sect leader said. When he talked about Flying Dragon Palace leader, his expression was complex. It seemed like there was some sort of story between him and the Flying Dragon Palace leader. Wouldn't it be fine if we just go to the Flying Dragon Palace and ask him? Qin Xiang said, "You should know this Flying Dragon Palace leader." "Of course I know him. Speaking of him, he is my ancestor and is my grandfather's brother." Heavenly Alchemy sect leader sighed. "But he became enemies with my grandfather back then, and we didn't get back together." Heavenly Alchemy sect leader and Flying Dragon Palace leader actually had this kind of relations. HI plus P, but Flying Dragon Palace leader didn't seem to have come to find him, which meant that Flying Dragon Palace leader also thought of the same thing and didn't seek revenge on his enemies' descendants. The great clan elder suddenly flew over and said, "Leader, Flying Dragon Palace leader is here." Qin Xiang and Heavenly Alchemy sect leader revealed an astonished expression. They did not think that Flying Dragon Palace leader would come right at the moment they were talking about the Flying Dragon Palace leader. "Ask him to come here," the Heavenly Alchemy sect leader hastily said. The great clan elder immediately left, and before long, Flying Dragon Palace leader came over. He was dressed in black robes and had a hood covering his head, and was a tall and skinny old man with a stern expression. When he came in, he looked at Qin Xiang with his sharp eyes. "Granduncle." Heavenly Alchemy sect leader politely called out, then invited him to sit. Flying Dragon Palace leader nodded and waved his hand. "I won't be sitting down, I'm just telling you, don't go to Dragon Devil Deadland for this period of time. With your current strength, going there is certain death. If we go and provoke him and lure him out, we will have no choice but to quickly withdraw from the Flying Dragon Pag. Oda." With that, the Flying Dragon Palace leader left. Qin Xiang, great clan elder, and Heavenly Alchemy sect leader were all stunned when they heard it. There was truly something terrifying inside the Dragon Devil Deadland. Why is this happening? The great clan elder was frightened. There was actually something that threatened the existence of the Flying Dragon Pag. "Oda, I don't know. Even if I went to chase after him, he wouldn't tell me. My great-uncle has this kind of personality." Heavenly Alchemy sect leader shook his head. "Right now, the most important thing for us to do is to stop the demonic dragons from messing around here. Now, we have to protect the Flying Dragon Experience Place. According to our investigations, the Draconians aren't going to enter the Flying Dragon Experience Place. They're going to destroy the Flying Dragon Experience Place. I wonder why they are doing this." The great elder said, "Seems like things are getting more complicated. If I can't stay in the Flying Dragon Pag, could it be that I can only go on the road to enter the Myriad Tau Mausoleum?" Qin Xiang said, "The inside of Myriad Tau Mausoleum was also a very large world. It was just that the environment inside was very bad. There were even more strong people. To the weak, it was hard to survive inside. Qin Xiang, get ready to enter the Myriad Tau Mausoleum next time." Heavenly Alchemy sect leader warned. Since Qin Xiang was able to enter the Heavenly Alchemy Stonewall and pry into its secrets, Heavenly Alchemy sect leader felt that the secrets hidden inside would allow their heavenly refining faction to become even stronger. The Heavenly Alchemy sect leader didn't want Qin Xiang to involve himself in other things, so naturally he was prepared to enter the Myriad Tau Mausoleum. Qin Xiang had just returned from the Myriad Tau Mausoleum, and he was already at the Taizun realm. "All right, when is the next time Myriad Tau Mausoleum opens?" Qin Xiang asked. "According to the information I received, there's still about 9 months left. The Myriad Tau Mausoleum is opening more and more frequently, and this is mainly opened by the divine Ghost Imperial country." The Heavenly Alchemy sect leader patted Qin Xiang's shoulders. "Work hard. I'll bring you into the Myriad Tau Mausoleum when the time comes." C. 2872. C. 2872 after Heavenly Alchemy sect leader left. Qin Xiang immediately returned to his room to refine Dragon Magic Dan. The Dragon Magic Dan that he refined had been refined using many crashes, so he had given this kind of Dragon Magic Dan to Lin Jitian and the bat super venerable before. Now that such a huge change had occurred in the Dragon Devil Deadland, he was very worried. Therefore, he had to refine a few more high-quality dragon magic Dan to protect himself. 1 month had said, and the result of the primordial blood coconut tree in Yao Mountavilla had come to fruition. He was prepared to use the blood in the primordial blood coconut to refine the Huazuan Dan. As long as one person from Jiang Sijing's group could step into the Taizun realm, they could use the twin life mysterious technique to synchronize themselves. The blood of the supreme blood yam is truly powerful. This delay fruit is truly strange. Chen Xiang exclaimed, the blood within the supreme blood coin is much stronger than the blood of an ordinary late stage 6G. DS stage. Chen Xiang took a careful look at the blood inside the blood coconut and realized that there was a lot of blood inside. It was very thick, and he felt that it would only take 10 of the blood coconut to refine one Huazuan Dan. All right, I'll start refining it now. This supreme blood coin is really out of my expectations. Before, Chen Xiang also only had the supreme blood coin, so he didn't open it carefully to have a look. Now that the coconut tree had produced so much of the supreme blood coconut, he took a closer look. Chen Xiang started to refine the Huazuan Dan. This time, the refining process was different from last time, but the difficulty was still the same. He first put all the ingredients into the pill furnace, then opened a piece of the rare blood coconut. He poured the blood from the coconut fruit into the pill furnace, and then guided the blood into the source energy. It had only been a short while, but Chen Xiang was already very excited because this method worked. He saw that the 6 different source energies had all changed, and these changes were all the same as when he used his own blood to refine the pill. Then he continued to refine according to this rhythm. After 10 days and 10 nights, he successfully refined a Huazuan Dan. What he did not expect was that the quality of the ingredients he had refined this time was much better than what he had eaten last time. He immediately handed them over to Jiang Sijing and Jiang Ximei. Then, Jiang Ximei decided to eat the Huazuan Dan. After she ate them, Chen Xiang and Jiang Sijing continued to busy themselves with their work. Sijing, if you succeed, you will need to plant more of those supreme blood cores. Chen Xiang said, perhaps when the time comes, we will need to help even more late-stage 6G. DS stage S to step into the Taizun realm or sell some in exchange for Dao Crystal. Chen Xiang already had a lot of Dao Crystal, and he did not really flower them, but he still felt that the Dao Crystal was very useful. For example, Divine Ghost Imperial Country often opened the gate of heaven and earth to let outsiders in just to earn a large amount of Dao Crystal. Why does the Divine Ghost Imperial Country need so many Dao Crystal? Although Chen Xiang didn't know, he was sure that the myriad Tao Mausoleum would need a large number of Dao Crystal to do something important. Therefore, he wanted to take this opportunity to earn more Dao Crystal before entering the myriad Tao Mausoleum. When he walked out of the house, he saw that the Master W.A.N.G. was also in the courtyard. Master W.A.N.G.'s face was filled with joy. He was in a very good mood. When he saw Chen Xiang, he anxiously laughed and said, Haha, I have finally succeeded in refining the Huazuan Dan. I have not succeeded in refining this kind of pill. It took me many years. I never thought that a brat like you would actually find a way. It is truly admirable. Elder W.A.N.G. I've already successfully refined it with the supreme blood coconut. I just don't know how effective it is right now. I've already sent someone to test it. Chen Xiang said, I will tell you about it later. Master W.A.N.G. laughed. All right, I also want to test this Huazuan Dan. Although you are able to eat this pill and enter the Taizun realm, if you are you, perhaps other people are different from you. Elder W.A.N.G. If this kind of pill can really allow late-stage 6G, DS stage to easily step into the Taizun realm, then how many Dao Crystal S should this type of pill be sold for? Chun Xiang asked if it was really possible he would definitely use this pill to earn some money. At least 100 billion Dao crystal less. Even though it's very expensive, it's definitely worth this price. Master W. A. and G said, firstly, the effects of this pill are very mysterious. Just by its effects alone, it already far exceeds this price, and many people would definitely be willing to pay such a price for it. Furthermore, the medicinal ingredients used are rare, making it difficult to grow. 100 billion Dao crystal is only a conservative estimate. If it's an auction, then the price is TSK, they must be higher. The Master W. A. and G said, really? People in the later stages of 6G. Oh, DS stage were that rich? If they were not so rich, would the people behind them be willing to pay such a heavy price for them? Previously, Chun Xiang's estimation of this kind of pellet was only 10 billion Dao crystal less. He thought that this was the limit of what the later stages of 6G, DS stage could endure. You don't understand. If you have sons, grandchildren, disciples, and you have a large number of Dao crystal, are you willing to give up billions of Dao crystal for them to allow the younger generation to easily step into the Taizun realm? You must know that if you are unable to step into the Taizun realm, you will die of old age after all. This is equivalent to extending your life, and furthermore, you will be able to obtain an even more powerful strength. The Master W. A. and G laughed. Chun Xiang felt that it was true too. Although they could sell it, he felt that this kind of miraculous pill would benefit even more people. This way, he could obtain even more Dao crystal. If it wasn't that easy to get his hands on the ingredients, he would definitely not think like this and would try his best to sell the pill at the highest price. Right now, he had a method to quickly obtain this kind of rare medicinal ingredient. So he felt that he should do something to give more people who have no hope of entering the Tai-Zun realm the chance to consume this pill. Chun Xiang told the Master W. A. and G of his thoughts, which the latter listened to, nodding his head and praising. Your thoughts are very good, allowing more people to enjoy the mysterious pill you concocted. This is also a kind of Dao pill spirit. If it is really useful, then I have decided to sell the method to refine this kind of pellet and the seed publicly, and promote this kind of Huazuan Dan. Chun Xiang said, all right, if you need my help at that time, I am willing to do such a thing for you. The Master W. A. and G said, after fineness, H.I. plussing the conversation with Chun Xiang, Master W. A. and G went to find someone to try out his Huazuan Dan. Jiang Ximei, who was in the Yu Yao mountain villa still, needed a period of time before he could fully display the effects of the Huazuan Dan's medicine. But during this period of time, Chun Xiang made a trip to the original Tao Gate. He originally wanted to look for Lin Jitian, but he found out that Lin Jitian had already left the original Tao's door. Lin Jitian and Bat Super Venerable's relations, H.I. plus P, was currently very good, and they had been together for a long time. Chun Xiang guessed that he should have gone to find Bat Super Venerable, but Bat Super Venerable had said before that he wanted to charge into the Venerable Ancestor realm. Where did Uncle Long go? Chun Xiang really wanted to ask Lin Jitian about the myriad DS Abyss, even though he had not decided whether or not he should go. Just as he was about to leave the original Tao, he suddenly felt a strong aura approaching him. He was quite familiar with this aura. It's the leader of the 6 great divine sects. Chun Xiang was shocked in his heart. What is he doing here? C-2873. C-2873, the original Tao, was the #1 sect of the 6 divine sects. However, Chun Xiang had heard from him that the that rarely came here were at most elders. More recent chapter access. W. Chun Xiang guessed that the 6 realms sect leader was here to inform the disciples of the original Tao so that they would pay attention to the Dragon Devil Deadland. Chun Xiang, wait. Just as Chun Xiang was about to rush down the mountain, he was suddenly stopped by the 6 realms sect leader. Did not expect that 6 realms sect leader would actually come to call him. He immediately stopped and asked, what is it? Follow me, the Six Realms sect leader said. Following that, he flew in the air. Qin Xiang immediately flew up and followed behind him. Qin Xiang had guessed wrongly. The Six Realms sect leader had actually come for him. He followed the Six Realms sect leader out of the original Tao's gate and arrived at a barren mountain. Six Realms sect leader, what's the matter? Qin Xiang asked in confusion. Yes, do you have a divine equipment with you? This divine equipment is related to the Six Realms magic kung fu. Six Realms sect leader asked. That's right. Qin Xiang's Six Realms mirrors was a pretty good divine equipment. It had been by his side for a long time and was very useful. Can I have a look? Then he took off the bamboo hat on his head. To Qin Xiang's surprise, his appearance was actually very similar to Heavenly Alchemy sect leaders. What is your relations? H.I. plus P with the Heavenly Alchemy sect leader? Since Qin Xiang did not take out the Six Realms mirrors, he was still a little worried about the Six Realms sect leader. He's my big brother. Our four great divine sects are the four brothers. Six Realms sect leader laughed. Didn't he tell you? Qin Xiang shook his head. Even so, he still did not fully trust Six Realms sect leader. All right, I'll go look for my elder brother now and have him come over. Sai, my Six Realms sect leader has also failed. You are a disciple of a sect of the original Tao, but you do not trust my Six Realms sect leader, but trust him. Six Realms sect leader laughed at himself. Qin Xiang spread out his hands. Sorry, I have to be on guard against people. I have to be on guard against people. I have been like this before, so I have to be on guard. The Six Realms sect leader was a Tao ancestor, but Qin Xiang felt that if he ran, the Six Realms sect leader could not do anything to him. You go back to the Heavenly Alchemy Divine sect first, and I'll look for you there, the Six Realms sect leader said. All right. Qin Xiang anxiously returned to the Heavenly Alchemy Divine sect. He was already at the early stage of the Taizun realm, so when he used the spatial energy to teleport, he teleported even further, allowing him to quickly return to the Heavenly Alchemy Divine sect. He waited in Heavenly Alchemy Divine sect for a few days, and Heavenly Alchemy sect leader and Six Realms sect leader finally came. After the Six Realms sect leader arrived, he chuckled and said, Now you finally believe me, right? Heavenly Alchemy sect leader also laughed. Qin Xiang, just let him take a look at that divine weapon. With me here, he won't take it. Qin Xiang took out the Six Realms mirrors and handed it over to the Six Realms sect leader, saying, This is called the Six Realms mirrors. When I obtained it, I also obtained the Six Realms magic kung fu from inside. Six Realms sect leader took a look and said with a frown, It is indeed a very powerful divine tool. No wonder when I saw you, I could always faintly feel a unique aura. Then, Six Realms sect leader, what do you think of this? Qin Xiang asked. The most amazing thing about Six Realms mirrors is that it can replicate all kinds of formations. It's just that, while replicating, it requires more Tao energy to maintain it, allowing it to be completed in a short period of time. You probably don't know the more powerful ways to use it yet. Six Realms sect leader chuckled, then returned the Six Realms mirrors to Qin Xiang. There were stronger Six Realms mirrors. After Qin Xiang received it, she anxiously asked, How do I use it? Heavenly Alchemy sect leader was also very curious as he looked at his younger brother. Have you heard of Six Realms time and SPAC door? The Six Realms sect leader said. Qin Xiang shook his head. Heavenly Alchemy sect leader knew about it and immediately replied, I have heard about it. Six Realms time and SPAC door is a very strange place. Legend has it that there's a big door in it. After you grasp it, you can control the six paths of samsara, but I do not know what its uses are. By mastering the six paths of samsara, one can decide one's life and death, and one can control one's destiny. However, that isn't something which an ordinary person can do. The Six Realms sect leader said that Six Das Gate is itself a very strong and independent existence. Humans cannot control it, but we can use it. What are the benefits of using the 6 Daos Gate? Qin Xiang asked. The advantage is that you can use the 6 Daos Gate to travel to any place, and you can see anyone's fate through the 6 Daos Gate. Once you know where that person is, you can go there freely, 6 Realms sect leader said. However, this still requires a certain amount of spatial force. You should have already cultivated it to the spatial path, so it shouldn't be a problem. Qin Xiang looked at the 6 Realms mirrors in his hand and said, You mean to say my 6 Realms mirrors can help me enter the 6 Realms time and SPAC door? Yes, but you need to cultivate in 6 different types of law bloodlines before you can do that. 6 Realms sect leader asked, Do you have 6 law beads now? No. How could I possibly prepare such a thing at any time? Qin Xiang spread out his hands. Where can I get them? If you need Dao Crystal S, it won't be a problem. I don't lack any Dao Crystal. I only have 10 pills here. Generally, it requires 100 pills. 6 Realms sect leader took out 10 6 law beads S. 10 is enough. Qin Xiang laughed. I only need to refine it once. I will be refining it now. That's right, after I have cultivated the power of the 6 laws. How can I enter the 6 Realms time and SPAC door? When the time comes, as long as you are able to comprehend it yourself, you only need to use your 6 Tao principles to activate a sufficiently powerful 6 Realms power. The 6 Realms sect leader said, All right, I'll give it a try now. Qin Xiang quickly entered the house to refine 6 law beads S. Big brother, if he can enter the 6 Realms time and SPAC door when the heavenly refining great Tao is unable to hold on, he will be able to enter the 6 Realms time and SPAC door to rest. He will come out after resting. 6 Realms sect leader said. He entered the early stage of the Tai Zun realm so quickly, which is already very impressive. But it is not enough for him to S the heavenly refining great Tao. I know, I hope he can succeed. Whether or not flying Dragon Pag. Oh, it can be saved all depends on him, so we must help him. Heavenly Alchemy sect leader said. That's right, if Xiao clan does anything at that time, you can help me out and eliminate all of them. Don't worry, that won't be a problem. I'll go back first. When he succeeds, you can tell me. After 6 Realms sect leader finished, he left in a hurry. Qin Xiang, who was refining the 6 law beads, did not know that he was being entrusted with such an important responsibility. Heavenly Alchemy sect leader did not tell him, but she did not want him to feel too pressured because of this.